Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious. Straight balls of fire. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this, huh? What do you say? You want to do this? Me too. Me too. Let's go. No, not this one. Not this one. This one. Yeah, that's the ticket. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. Right and early new dawn. All right. This is happening now. Because I said so. Good morning, headlines. Hey, everybody. How are you? You're the headline. You ever fall in love with the wrong person? Trends and weather on the go. No. All right, let's see. It's a call-in show, right? You know it's a call-in show, right? You do know this is a call-in show, right? Okay, let's go. You need to know. Everybody, hey, how are you? How the heck are you, everybody? Welcome to the show. Feel the vibe? All right, it's time to drink some coffee. Let's get some coffee going. All right, just gonna pour a little coffee. We'll get going here. Oh my goodness, it's a beautiful day today. Good morning, yes, information. All right, guys, it's going to be a busy day today. It's going to be fun.
Why were the
ICE agents not wearing body cams? Why were the ICE agents not wearing body cams? Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and boy, are my arms tired. I'm also a coffee advocate, and if you are an addict like me, please drop a penny in the pot because I am trying to raise money for my coffee fund. I'm going on a big move. and everyone's taking money from me, so any penny is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for being here, Honey Doll, Honey Pie. This is the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. Can you believe it? And I know. Thank you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. You're beautiful today. I think you're beautiful. I haven't thought of a good poll except for this. Let's do the first poll of the day. Should ICE agents be wearing body cams? We're under surveillance all the time. I don't know why I gotta be under surveillance all the time. I gotta deal with flock cameras and cock cameras. I gotta deal with all these different cameras all the time, and yet somehow, some way, the police never have footage of all their naughty deeds, especially ICE. They killed another guy. 3 in a week. That's the hat trick. That's the ICE hat trick. If you kill 3 in a week, wow, you're really trying to kill 3 people in a week by accident. Man, is this our Kristallnacht? Is this it? This is too hot. It's too hot. Let's turn that off. It's too hot in here. It's fucking summertime. It's too hot already in the morning. Didn't they had a new tranche of millions of tasers and body? Yeah, they said they did. They said they have millions and billions and trillions of dollars for tasers and body. I don't know why they think body cams are so expensive. Put some cameras. I'm just make them turn their phones on. Use your phones. That's how we have the footage of Renee Good getting shot. Is the dude had his phone out? He had his phone out, taping her. I don't know why he would do that. Maybe he just thought that he was the best. He just thought he was really cool. Thought it was really cool shooting people, getting them out one way or another. Yeah, I mean that's the idea, right? One way or the other, just get them out by murdering them. Most people in MAGA are totally okay with murder. They're the violent ones. MAGers are very violent people, and they support the murder of women and children and innocent people. That's it. You're a human being? Not anymore. You're not a human being as far as MAGA is concerned. I still want to show themselves murdering people. Why not, though? They're so good at it. They keep doing it. Pretty soon, they will be proud. Already, we see people that are proud of it. Already, we see people who are proud of it. How long until that's the norm and not the exception, huh? How long? They should have listened. They should have listened. How American. What an American. They should have listened, but maybe didn't speak English, so I don't know. Listened to whom? All the people they shot in the last week were people they weren't looking for. People that were not the target of their investigation, smarty pants. Just innocent bystanders. People who just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and got killed by ICE. Do what you're told. That's the American way. Do what you're told. How did this country become this? How embarrassing. How embarrassing that our country has been has become a country of snitches and just suck ups, just bootlickers, goddamn brown nosing Americans. Is that what we are now? Are we a bunch of brown nosers now? Do what you're told. Do what you're told. I doubt they were. And you see what I mean? We have Nazis in our midst at all times. I doubt they were innocent. If they were innocent, they went and got shot. Yes, because the state, Joe Jack has entirely 100% faith in the state because the state has never done anything wrong. Governments never do anything wrong. It's the people who always do something wrong. You see what I'm saying? It's the people. In wrong place at wrong time, get shot, that's your fault. Get killed by a car, that's your fault. Running from the police, that's execution. See, they believe in execution. The MAGA position is anti-life. Thank you for those MAGA licking boots, Parallelish. Thank you. F you, I won't do what you tell me. They are not raging against the machine. They are worshiping the machine. They tried to warn us about this. They tried to warn us at Nuremberg. They tried to warn us. In 1776, they tried to warn us about the tyranny of evil men. They tried to warn us. Jesus tried to warn us. The Bible tries to warn us about this, about killing the poor, about blaming poor people, about worshiping the state. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Render unto God what is God. I mean, it's all over the place in the Bible. The anarchist cookbook. But the Bible really is the anarchist cookbook when you think about it. That's the first anarchist cookbook. How to rage against the state and be killed as a dissident. That's what they should call the Bible. The story of Jesus, or how to rage against the state and be killed as a dissident. Perfect. I love this idea. We should re-release the Bible. We should rename it. I love this. Well, they asked Tom Holman, how come there's no camera? How come there's no footage of these murders? All these murders. Who do you think he blamed? Who do you think he blamed? I mean, if you were him, who would you blame?
Why were the ICE agents not wearing body cameras?
Why would they not wear body cameras? I wonder why. Why wouldn't they? What do you think he's going to say? Come on, let me guess in the chat. In the chat, do we have any guesses? What's the answer? Straight up, Caitlin Collins asked him. And you received no notice that it was live? God damn it, that's the story of my life. My YouTube stifles me. But hey, I'm live. I'm live, baby. I'm live. I'm going to try an experiment tomorrow. We'll see if it works. See if you get one. F. Homan, what do you think? Does anybody know why? All right, whatever. We're going to do it. Here we go.
In Houston or in Maine during these two incidents?
When the Democrats shut down
the Democrats. Oh, he doesn't even look at him. Have you ever seen Tom Homan lie like this? Look at he's really, even he's just like, well, let's try it out. We're gonna try it. Let's try it. Works for Donald Trump. Here we go. You ready? Democrats. Looks up to see if anybody's really believing it. It's the Democrats. Oh, yes, the Democrats did it. It's the Democrats' fault that they murdered 3 people and there's no video evidence. Yes, Biden, you nailed it. It's Biden's fault. Yes, it's Biden's fault. It's easier to commit murder when there's no video evidence of execution of innocent people. It's true. You know, Homan worked for Barry-O too, right? Yeah, I know. I don't know why people bring up Barack Obama. I don't care. Barry. Yeah, I was against it back then too. Daniel, you think you're going to catch me slipping? You think you're going to catch me slipping, you cultist? Stop being a cultist. Every time someone brings up Barry, I'm like, what do you think I'm a Democrat? Go fuck yourself. This is a call-in show. It indeed is a call-in show. Yes. Yes. Obama is just as much a piece of shit as Donnie. Well, I would say he is bad. You have to know that, like, as you fall into the abyss, it gets worse. So, like, Obama is 2 presidents ago. Really, if you think about it, sort of like 3 presidents ago, 3 administrations ago. So really, he's bad, but it's gotten worse. It'd be stupid to say he's just as bad. He's not as bad. He's like, he was bad, but it's gotten worse. We're sliding down the hill into the abyss as our empire crumbles. But hey, yeah, sure. You want to talk about Barack Obama fucking 12 years ago. What year is this? 2008 called. They want to know what you got to say about Barack Obama. That conversation was already had. I'm sorry you weren't here for it. We really didn't have YouTube. It was a thing, but we didn't have shows like this on YouTube yet. And so, but I graduated college and I was complaining about Barack Obama, about what an incredible disappointment he was and how he betrayed all the people who voted for him. I talked about that all the time with my libertarian and anarchist friends back then. So go ahead and talk about him. But let me tell you, you might as well be having a conversation with me 12 years ago. There's no reason to talk about Barack Obama. What about Barack Obama? Yeah, that's too late. Too late to do anything about that one. Too late. What about Adolf Hitler? It's too late. Can't do anything about that Adolf Hitler stuff. Can't do anything about that. Sorry. Thanks for playing. We could talk about Hitler if you'd like, but complaining about him will not help anything today. The only thing we could do is hold those who are in power right now accountable and at least question those in authority. That's your goal. That's your job. That is your job as an American or as a citizen of any country or as just a human crawling around the planet like a worm between heaven and earth, you are required to question those in authority, to force them to constantly justify the power they're wielding over you. That's your job. Barack Obama has no power today. Nothing. He's got nothing. He does not hold office. The best he can do is produce shows on HBO with Larry David. That's about all his power can get. He produces shows now. That's what Barack Obama's doing while you're complaining about his concentration camps. And they weren't as bad. I mean, Barack Obama killed 54 people in 56, I think, in 8 years, and Donald Trump killed 34 in 4 years, in 1 year, for 34 in 1 year. So, he's outpacing him. So great, outpacing the killings, but not deporting as many for some reason. Interesting. Anyway, so we could compare him all day to Barack Obama. Doesn't do a lick of good because Tom Homan says it's the Democrats' fault that ICE is killing people.
Department of Homeland Security, I was up on the Hill as part of the negotiating team to reopen the government, and they wanted body cameras. There was $120 million in the budget they were holding up to buy those body cameras. Now,
Dude,
since a big, beautiful bill.
I've never seen him lie like this. Like, Tom Homan, as much of a piece of shit as this guy is, he at least looks into a camera and he says what he believes. Not now. Look at him. Democrats.
Bill passed now, the reconciliation bill. The body cameras have been ordered. There's a deployment schedule on the books.
There's a schedule for the cameras. The cameras are coming. They're in the mail. They're in the mail, but it's the Democrats' fault that we killing people out here on these streets.
And right now they're just train to train. So officers in each field office can train their officers.
Jag, maybe you don't understand yet. Maybe you can't read. I do not care about Barack Obama's power in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is yesterday's news. That's like saying, does Newt Gingrich have power in the Republican Party? It don't matter. It don't matter if Karl Rove has power or George W. Bush. Do you think George W. Bush has power in the Republican Party? Sure. It doesn't fucking matter. Jeb Bush has power in the Republican Party. Ron DeSantis has power in the Republican Party. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares what they do? Here's the thing. Republicans are a thing of the past. MAGA is the Nazi party, the National Socialist Party that we have in the United States, and the Republicans are irrelevant. Same things happen over on the Democrat side. The Democrats, a bunch of spineless bastards, bunch of losers who can't stand up to Hitler. So what do? They twiddle their thumbs. We're going to write a letter. I promise. We're going to write a letter. And so now we have the Democratic Socialists, or what they used to call them, the Social Democrats. Now we got the Social Democrats versus the National Socialists. It's the same thing we always do. Every 100 years, we got to have this fight. And you know what? We're doing it again. Democrats don't matter. You could say all you want about Barack Obama, fucking John Fetterman, whoever you want to say about how much power they have in the Democratic Party. It don't matter none. It don't matter now, honey pie.
On the use of the body cam.
That funding was approved in April for body cameras, $20 million, I believe. So why has that not been distributed? And will these arrests now...
The cameras were bought, but they just don't wear them when they're doing murders. when people will do the cameras.
First thing I did in Minnesota is bring hundreds of cameras to Minnesota that recently purchased. But there wasn't the cameras to outfit every ICE station. I was waiting up for more money. And the delay in...
Yeah, so how come you don't send the guys with cameras out for killings? If you're going to send guys out for killings, bring the camera along. Sounds like you got plenty. Well, we got plenty, but sometimes we forget them because when we do the killings, we don't bring cameras.
The DHS funding shutdown delayed a lot of that camera.
I've never seen this dude lie. Like, it's so remarkable. As much as I hate this guy, I usually believe he believes what he's saying. In this case, he's a fucking liar. How he's standing, like his body language, what a lying piece of garbage, dude. Put him on a polygraph. I'd love to see that shit. I'd love to see the polygraph on this guy. God damn.
But don't you see that to be extremely urgent, given right now we do not have
We're
video of these situations beyond witnesses?
As soon as they had funding,
They got funding. Oh, W. Bush. W. Bush was an absolute clusterfucking horrendous president there. Feel better now? No, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Why would I care about? I do not care. You want to talk about George W. Bush? You know that he had the. It wasn't, sort of his fault. I mean, he invented ICE. He invented the Department of Homeland Security. It was all his fault if you really think about it. But you can go back as far as Reagan, really, and there's enough blame to go around, I suppose. I mean, Bill Clinton was one piece of shit. But hey, you know what? What's the point? That's not what this show is about. This isn't, I know I'll get into history, but this isn't really a history show. You want a history show? Go to a history channel. There's a history channel. It's called History Channel. Disney owns it. They tell the truth all the time. It's History Channel. Go watch it. They'll talk about George W. Bush and Barack Obama. They talk about history all day long. Aliens.
If Democrats,
but it's been 2 months since April.
It would have been a lot quicker.
It would have been a lot quicker. Okay, but it's done since April. It is, let me check really fast, July. So you've had money for these body cams since July. And you're murdering people in the streets and no one can know. Okay, so the Democrats, though. Anybody believe in this? Anybody believe in this? The Democrats. You goon to the headshot. You goon to the headshots of Tom Homan. That's so hot. That's real. You must be real into MAGA. As a Republican, I want to remind we the people have a Second Amendment obligation to remove a tyrant Trump from our nation. Sic Semper Tyrannis. I totally agree with that. Sic Semper Tyrannis. We have a Second Amendment obligation. I don't know about obligation. I don't know about that. But I mean, you do have an obligation to question authority. How about that? Let's start there. Why don't we get people to wake up before we start talking about going to? Why don't we get people to, like, I don't know, practice some critical thinking before we arm them? You know what I'm saying? ICE are masked murderers. Yeah, I mean they're the Gestapo. I mean they're the slave catchers. There's nothing new about them, right? It's nothing new about them. Nothing new about them. Old thing. Look at this guy. Remember when yesterday? Man, he's so happy because he got laid last night. He and Scott Bessent were really going to town on each other. Man, oh man, the sexual tension between this guy and Scott Bessent was too much.
There's a civil war brewing, and unemployed Joy fired the first shot. Pow.
I fucking love Jesse Waters. Goddamn. Pow. Have you guys seen Obsession? There's this moment in the movie Obsession where, spoiler alert, it doesn't end well. It's a horror movie, okay? But there's this part, not really spoiler, but there's this part where the guy and the girl, they're not in their own capacity. They're possessed by some kind of demon or something. You don't really know in the movie. You're not really sure. But there's this part where they both the demons look at each other and they're like, it's so fucking funny. I love that scene. It's like no words. They just like, I feel like that's how Jesse Waters looked at Scott Bessent yesterday, like a demon possessed by a love, like a person possessed by a love demon.
This whole vote blue, no matter who, you're treating us like employees.
Totally agree. Vote blue, no matter who. You're treating us like cult members. I'm not a member of your cult. I think your Democratic Party's full of shit. Why don't you do something for the vote, huh? Why don't you do something for it? At least Donald Trump promised bullshit he never delivered on. 50% lower gas prices in 12 months. 50% lower energy prices across the board in 12 months. Lies. He never did that. 30% reduction in grocery prices in 12 months. Never happened. End to the war in Ukraine. 24 hours. 24 hours. I'm going to free Palestine. Have you heard it? I don't know if anything about Palestine. I don't know. A lot of people don't know about Palestine. Have you ever heard of Palestine? Have you heard of it? We're gonna free Palestine in 24 hours. 24 hours. We're gonna stop the shooting, stop the killing, stop the genocide. Just don't say genocide. You're not allowed to say genocide.
You're treating us like we are obligated to obey you. You want obedience, not passion. I'm a liberated Democrat.
Wow. So you see, this is what I'm saying. The Democrats are done. If Joy Reid's over it, there's no Democrat Party anymore. No Democratic Party, no Republican Party. They might still have those stupid names, but they don't mean anything anymore. This is the time. This is when it happens. The great switcheroo, maybe. The grand reckoning between the ultimate tension of humanity, between those who think that they have the right to power because they inherited it, or those who think that the people should hold the reins of power. Though that's the greatest tension in the history of humanity. It goes on and on and on. And we have to do this every 100 years. We got to chop off a bunch of heads because the people in power just won't give up their power in a reasonable enough time. They just won't give it up. They just won't give it up without getting their heads chopped off. So now we got to have social democrats and national socialists, and then we got to have a big war over it. It's going to be such a pain in the ass. It's going to be so much blood. And for what? For what?
Liberated Democrats are not obedient to the leadership's supposed to be obedient to the people, not the other way around. Y'all want obedience. You don't want our passion. You want our obedience.
Iran Contra, man, you really into the history today. I remember that game Contra, up, down, left, right, BA start gets you 30 lives. If you do BA select start, you get 30 lives for both your first and your second player. You could play all day that Contra game, killing those aliens and stuff. That was fun. Anyone else love Contra? Everyone loves Contra, right? Contra.
They want us to obey you. We should not obey. As voters, we have to stop being obedient and we have to start being powerful.
In a call to arms reminiscent of Santelli that sparked the Tea Party movement, the gates have been...
The Tea Party movement. Yes, the Tea Party movement was how we got here. That's how it all started, the Tea Party movement. Everyone said it back then. They said one day the Tea Party movement is going to be our Nazi party, and it is. It morphed from Tea Party to MAGA, and then MAGA took over the Republican Party. It's like a melanoma that keeps growing. It's taken over the host. It's like that episode of Rick and Morty. Everyone see the last episode of Rick and Morty where Jerry gets consumed by worms, except instead of being super chill, he's super evil. He's getting consumed by worms. It's like the Republican Party has been infested by evil worms. Like in Star Trek, when those little creatures inhabit their bodies and control them and make them do evil things. It's like that. It's taken over the host, is what I'm saying. And the Tea Party has turned into MAGA, and now the Republicans are dead. There's no more. So now the Democratic Socialists got to do their thing and, stop the Nazis.
Thrown wide open. Knives are out, and there will be blood.
I think we're all on the same page that we hate the Democratic Party.
I identify as a Democratic Socialist, but I'm running as a Democrat because the system creates this narrowness. So if you...
That's right. The system fucks, so we got to take it over from the inside. It's Democratic Socialists. The Social Democrats are taking over the Democratic Party because the Nazis have taken over the Republican Party.
You choose to register as a Democrat, you are not pledging allegiance to that party.
This is a hostile takeover. They're coming in, laying everyone off, burning it down, and selling parts for scrap. Meet the lead arsonist.
Daniel. Don't tell people to read history when you haven't read history. Look at history. The saviors of the oppressed often become oppressors themselves. There's oftentimes people who rise up through the chaos and become someone like Napoleon, for example, after the French Revolution. But I'd still say that France, even though it's now in this kind of screwed up global capitalist nonsense now, and then more oligarchs are coming, in the long run, it's taken 100 years to get here. I mean, they did kill all the rich, and now they don't have kings and queens anymore. I mean, you got to take your wins where you do, you know what I mean? And now we're inventing this as we go along. A lot of people forget history. A lot of people don't even, up until recently, we didn't even have the means by which to hold and disseminate history lessons. So now here in 2026 in the 21st century, we just might be very, very careful about despots this time. We're going to get it right this time. No more dictators. What are we going to do? We're going to chop off all the heads of the rich. What do we do after that? We're going to give the power to the people. How do we do that? We collectivize, and we take a great inventory of everything and distribute it all for all, and everybody can have anything. It's incredible. It's an amazing thing. Let's try it out. But what about people who will rise to power because they like power just for the thirst of it, just for their own ambition? We got to be really careful about those guys. Got to be really careful about those guys. Super careful about those guys. What are we going to do with them? Cut off their heads. Easy.
Ashik Sadiq, as Trump would say, a great American name. Do you like to abolish the Senate?
That's part of our platform, and we don't think that's extreme.
Let that sink in.
Let that sink in. Yes, abolish the Senate. Great plan. I love
Abolishing the Senate is their platform.
Yeah, I like it.
And Democrat senators are endorsing them. And they ran on saving democracy. But nuking Congress is just the appetizer. The main course.
The Senate is anti-democracy. It really literally is the reason why this republic is dying. We're filtering the will of the people through the elites via the Senate. That's why the Senate exists. The Senate exists because we want to filter the will of the people through one filter, which is the hoi polloi, the Congress, the House of Representatives, and then we filter it again through only 100 assholes, the billionaires club over at the Senate. It's a ridiculous program, ridiculous plan. Not a good plan, as Robert Downey Jr. would say. Not a good plan. Just let the people have the power. How will we do that? Well, right now we got this stupid representative system. We'll go with that for a little while. How can we make it work? Got to get rid of that Senate. Eliminate or mitigate or get rid of as many of the filters between the power of the people and the reins of power. That's it. Piece of power to the people. Why are you so afraid of people? How come you maggers are so afraid of humanity?
First, the government runs your life.
The basic necessities of life should be run as public goods and not for private profits, and that is really resonating.
So the government.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Prioritizing public good over private profit. That's socialism. Just describe socialism. No big deal.
It's going to give us food, clothing, and shelter. I don't know about you, but I kind of like what I'm wearing. And I know this, my wife loves shopping. A government-run department store.
We can't have power for the people because Jesse Waters' wife likes shopping. So she likes shopping. So that's all there is to it. Her hobby. You're messing with her hobby. She likes spending money. That bitch loves to spend money.
Free clothes doesn't sound chic. We're all in government housing, going to government-run grocery stores. Oh, and your doctor, he's gone.
If you want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all.
We get a Medicare for all if we fight for it.
It's about taking on a system rigged against working people. We're winning because we're stand for Medicare for all.
Dr. Siegel's my doctor. I don't want to trade him for Dr. Fauci. I love Siegel. I can get an appointment like that. But that's all going to change when everybody...
I love that rich guys say stuff like that. I can get... He's so gay. I can get an appointment like that. He's like a caricature of a gay man.
Everybody in Latin America shows up to the waiting room.
Do you really believe in open borders and not having deportations? That's just incredibly contrary to law enforcement and security.
Exactly. You can't trust the Democrats. Very well said. You can't trust the Democrats. That's why they're being eaten. That's it.
America has a really long history of welcoming working class immigrants.
But we have criminal illegal aliens in the country. Don't they need to be removed?
We believe that demilitarizing the border, that violent oppression of working class immigrants who come here, is not something that most Americans want.
So you can break into the country, rape and kill us, and stay for free. That's what ancient civilizations used to call war.
No, actually, ancient civilizations didn't give a fuck where you came from as long as you did whatever the emperor was saying. So no, that was like it was actually far freer in many ways because they couldn't really have they didn't have the technology to get all up in your business. You know, ancient world fought wars over resources just like we do today. That's just that was war. War has always been about resources, always has been, always will be. Every civil war is about resources. Every time there's armed conflict, it's about resources, not about ideology.
But borders are just the start. Next up, police. They don't want to just fund a few million here and there. They want to take the budget down to zero. No police, because the criminals, they're not who we think they are.
Why is it so difficult to understand that in the future we might need less policing in the future? We actually would like our justice system to handle.
Why are you maggers always so violent? Did you spit on your cock before you put it in the 12-year-old? You sick-ass pedophile supporter. What is it with you guys? What is it with you guys with your magger hat? You could tell this person's a pedophile. They got a doll with the pedo hat on. Man, chomos with the doll hats. I mean, this is some creepy shit. They got a chomo hat on a child's toy. Is that to get your child? Is that to get your child? You're grooming? Is it to get your child used to the idea to make that hat seem harmless? God damn, you're gross. Gross.
Well, a real cause of crime in the country. People in the billionaire class are getting away with terrible crimes against many Americans because they're profiteering on things like healthcare.
Even the Soviet Union had police. It was kind of a police state. I like police. The police caught Jeffrey.
Crusades. What a wonderful question. Do you think the Crusades were fought because the kings loved Christ? Is that what you think? Do you think that the Crusades, the English kings marching vast armies into the Middle East, the Gulf states. Do you think that was because they loved Jesus Christ just so much that they wanted to go kill Muslims far, 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 far away? Do you think that's why that happened? Is that just a question? Just a question.
Dahmer. Is that a bad thing? Maybe they just want us all dead. They haven't really thought through what comes after the revolution because it doesn't matter. All that matters is that they have all the power.
Pol Pot was a dictator killing people, just like Donald Trump's killing people, just like all dictators want to kill people. Different thing. You have to maintain power in order, and you have to have an obsession with law and order and all these things, and you have to kill your own people. Pol Pot's a bad example, but let's stick with the Crusades. I mean, that was an armed conflict. That was war. One country invading another, or groups of countries invading others. Why? You think it was because they love Jesus?
And I mean all the power over everyone and everything. And they're telling us what they're going to do with it. They're going to, quote, eradicate Western civilization, the most successful civilization in the history of mankind.
When they say Western civilization, they mean white people. That's the only thing it ever means. Western civilization is just a dog whistle for white people. They want to destroy white people, which is the most successful white people that white people ever white peopled.
Well, we won't be able to say mankind. It'll be humankind. It's the very civilization that created the rights and the freedoms and the opportunity that they're now using to destroy us and everything we built. You know, things like air conditioning, air travel, phones, cars, penicillin.
White people invented cars.
Classical music. Tim Apple is a billionaire.
Tim Apple. That's funny. He calls him Tim Apple because Donald Trump forgot the guy's name when he was in the Oval Office. Called him Tim Apple instead of Tim Cook. That's funny. I think this is why they say Western civilization, because they want to take credit for like classical music and trial by jury, and they want to take credit for everything that's happened in anywhere where white people lived, and they want to include the Greeks. They want to include anyone who's like basically just Western Europe. They call it Western civilization, as if they're the only ones that ever had anything. They only did anything. The only ones that ever did anything were white people. They want to just say that they're the best. It really is disgusting when you hear Western civilization. If someone starts talking Western civilization like that, talking just defending it like this, like they're trying to destroy Western civilization, you're probably talking to a Nazi. That's exactly what the Nazis said. They're trying to destroy Western civilization. That those Jews aren't Westerners. Those Jews aren't from here. We got to deport them all. They're not part of Western civilization. That's what they say about Mexico. Mexico's not part of Western civilization. No, siree.
He created the phone that these communists are using to win elections. He's not a criminal. He's a genius.
Tim Apple did not invent the phone.
Abdul, who wants to be the first Muslim senator. You know, the guy running on free college, free healthcare, free housing. The guy who says he wants to choke us out. Well, he just banked close to $5 million last quarter.
You know that Jesse Waters just got an erection when he said choke us out.
And guess who the Democrats sent in to stop him? Viewer warning.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That's the best they've got. That's who the Democrats.
I mean, she seemed like she was making a little joke.
Are sending in to stop the commies.
The Democrats are not sending anyone to stop the commies. The Democrats are not sending anyone to stop the Nazis. The Democrats are not sending anyone to do anything. The Democrats are not coming to save you. The Democrats are not even there anymore. They're lame ducks. It's a matter of time. Just like what happened with MAGA, there are no more Mitt Romneys. There are no more Tom Tillises. There's no more Paul Ryans. There's none of those guys are left. It's over. It's done. It's over.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on.
Another story that has a lot of you talking this morning.
Even that. Be sure to like and subscribe. Like, what is with this dude?
You may be one step closer to saying goodbye to changing the clocks. The House has passed a bill to make daylight saving time permanent nationwide. Now, if the Senate approves it and the president signs it, Americans would no longer have to change their clocks twice a year.
Quick, people care about daylight savings time. Quick, do something about this so we can stop talking about Epstein and the wars.
There are a few things we see bipartisan support on. We've heard the president say that he would sign this. And you had mentioned other states are already implementing
it. Right. Arizona and Hawaii are the only two states that have daylight saving time right now. All the time. Like it's all the time. Sure. They don't have to change.
Bill Clinton's on there 67 times. That's great. Put him on trial. I've been saying that for years. I've been saying it for how long has it been? Since what? 2004, I think. Since I found out that he was a rapist and stuff. I don't know. I've known for about 20 years that Bill Clinton's a bad guy. Put him on trial. Put him on trial. Thing is, he's almost dead. I mean, he's the same age as Donald Trump. Thing is, though, he is almost dead, and he has no power. Again, what is it with you guys? What you want to talk about? R. Kelly too? You know what? R. Kelly was in there. Was he? R. Kelly was in the Epstein files. Really? Okay. Was he? There's a fucking make. We got a pedophile in the White House. We got a pedophile in the Oval Office who's in the Epstein files a million times, like over a million times. So, you know. Bill Clinton, though. Bill Clinton. You know Michael Jackson's in there, right? Michael Jackson's in the Epstein file. I know that. There's a picture of him. Michael Jackson's in the Epstein files, everybody. Does that make a difference? Does that make you feel bad about Donald Trump? Michael Jackson's in there, everybody. I mean, I'm in there. Bubba. I'm Bubba. I'm the Epstein files. Donald Trump was my throat goat. I was young. I needed the money. And they named me after G Max's horse. Well, they named the horse after me. Sorry, because for obvious reasons, right? She got a horse and she named the horse after me, Bubba. They used to call me Bubba. I don't know where the Bubba came from. I don't know why they started calling me that. They thought it was funny because I was a big kid, I was a big kid, I think. They'd call me Bubba. And they liked my epic fury, and they named the horse after me for obvious reasons, because the horse was, you know what I mean.
Change their clocks at all. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see the entire country be on the same page with this.
Certainly. We'll see how this falls. All right.
It's 1973. A science experiment needs volunteers. Nobody forces them. 5 men, 6 women, 8 different countries, a Catholic priest, a sea captain, a professional diver, a photographer. They step onto a raft. The raft is 12 meters.
You guys ever heard about the sex raft?
Long. The cabin where they'll sleep is 4 meters square. 4 meters.
Tiny.
That's roughly the size of a garden shed for 11 people. No engine, no phone, no way off. They sleep side by side, male, female, alternating, because the scientist designed it that way. The ceiling is so low they can't stand up straight. No books, no music, no privacy. The toilet is a hole in the deck, open to the ocean, visible to everyone on the raft. All day, every day. The scientist who designed all of this called it the Peace Project. He lied. His name was Santiago Genovez, an anthropologist from Mexico City. 40 years of research, one obsession. Where does human violence come from? His answer, after decades of work, was simple. It's inside us. All of us. Put people under enough pressure, take away their escape routes, and it comes out.
That's what I think a lot of people believe, that violence is just inherent to humanity. Do you believe that?
Not a guess, a certainty. And he was going to prove it. Before anyone got on the raft, Genovez ran extensive psychological tests on every participant, medical profiles, psychiatric evaluations, personality assessments. The results described Genovez himself as authoritarian, intolerant, immature, and infantile. He went anyway. He selected 11 people specifically for maximum friction. Different religions, different races, different languages, different everything. He chose more women than men because he believed sexual competition would cause conflict faster. He selected them in part for being, and this is a direct quote, sexually attractive. He stocked the raft with alcohol. He installed recording equipment throughout. He was going to sit back and watch human nature destroy itself.
I think it's funny that he only picked hot girls because he thought that if they were hot girls that the guys would fight.
On May 12, 1973, the Akali left the Canary Islands. 6,000 kilometers of open ocean between them and Mexico. No engine, wind and current only, however long it takes. By the end of week 1, Genovez had a problem. Nobody was fighting. The crew had already sorted themselves out. Maria, the Swedish sea captain, who happened to be the first woman in history to hold a maritime command certificate, took charge of navigation. Servan, the French diver, took charge of maintenance. The Israeli doctor started looking after everyone's health. They were cooperating, sharing food, learning each other's languages. At night, they sat together on the deck and looked at the stars. This was, to put it mildly, not what Genovez needed. So he decided to help things along. Every week, he handed out questionnaires. Who do you dislike most on the raft? Who would you most like to sleep with? Who do you want to kill? The participants answered privately. Then Genovez read the answers out loud, in front of everyone.
You think that underhanded shit would get them to kill each other, right? You think that if they did that, they'd want to kill each other. You want to kill me?
Would look at someone and say, that person over there wants you dead.
You want me dead? How come?
He would look at another and say, this person wants to sleep with you. He posted a ranking on the cabin wall of who he personally found most sexually attractive, listed by name for everyone to read. He told the only black woman on board that she was, in his word, primitive, and suggested she should sleep with the black man on the raft because it was, in his words, natural. The crew read his bulletins, they looked at each other, and then they went back to what they were doing. Because something completely unplanned was happening on that raft. Removed from their jobs, their social lives, their phones, their obligations, these 11 strangers were actually...
How would they have phones? It was 1973.
Enjoying themselves. They sang together, they cooked together, they told each other stories. One participant later said the raft became an escape from an abusive relationship at home, and the people on board helped her through it. Another, the only African-American woman on the raft, realized her ancestors had likely made this exact crossing of the Atlantic as cargo, in chains. That realization, she said, made her grateful for every single day she was free. Meanwhile, Genovese was in the corner of that 4-meter cabin, writing furiously in his notebook, waiting for someone, anyone, to snap. One researcher later calculated that 101 days at sea was the equivalent of 12 to 15 years of normal human contact compressed into one experience. They were not becoming animals, they were becoming something closer to a family. Genovese was not handling this well. He started undermining Maria at every opportunity, overruling her decisions, second-guessing everything she did. Then, one day, the raft's rudder broke. So Van, the professional diver whose entire job was exactly this, suited up and prepared to go into the water. Genovese stopped her. She was a woman, he said. She couldn't go overboard. So he took her equipment. It did not fit him. He had never dived in his life. He went into the water anyway. He almost drowned. He came back up. The rudder was still broken. That night, while Genovese slept, Savan put on her equipment, went quietly into the ocean, and fixed the rudder herself. In the dark. 5 minutes. Her job done. In the morning, Genovese found out. He called it mutiny. A few weeks later, the crew caught a shark. In his journal that night, Genovese described the scene as a savage frenzy of violence, the group bashing its skull and tearing the flesh apart like animals. The film footage from that day shows them calmly cutting up dinner. At this point, the crew had started having their own quiet conversations, not about each other, about him. Some of them, seriously, not as a joke, began to discuss whether Genovese might simply disappear over the side one night, whether it could look like an accident. They decided against it, which, honestly, was very generous of them. Then came the hurricane. As the Akali entered the Caribbean, weather reports warned.
You know, it's so funny that they do these experiments and they try to get people, they try to think that there's Lord of the Flies, right? That we're all going to go after each other, we're all going to kill each other, that socialism can't work because you need to have competition. And then they try to force competition and it still doesn't work.
Warned of a major storm directly in their path. Maria made an immediate call. They needed to find.
I love this story because the only person being violent is the one who's in control, the one who is trying to keep control, the state, the one who sees themselves as the one at the top of the hierarchy. That's the only one being violent. The people are all working together.
In shelter, the raft would not survive what was coming.
Like they actually did this.
Genovese said no. He physically removed Maria as captain, made himself captain instead. A storm, he argued, was exactly the kind of extreme condition that might finally trigger the violence he had been looking for months. Under maritime law, removing a captain at sea is punishable by death. That is not dramatic, that is the actual law. The storm hit. All 11 crew members spent several days packed into that 4-meter cabin while the Atlantic tried to sink them. They stayed calm. They looked after each other. Not one of them lost it. Then a cargo freighter appeared on the horizon, coming straight at the raft, full speed. Genovese panicked completely. He ran in circles on the deck. He had...
It's just so typical. This is exactly what our state governments will do. This is exactly what the government does, right? Somebody's coming, an asteroid is coming, things are coming, bad things are happening. Oh, freak out.
Absolutely no idea what to do. Maria, the captain he had just removed, stepped forward calmly, organized everyone, and used flares and signals to divert the ship at the last possible moment. After that, nobody argued about who was captain. On August 20th, 1973, the Akali reached Cozumel, Mexico, 101 days after they left. By that point, Genovese had spent the final weeks below deck. The papers had started calling the experiment the sex raft. His university had publicly cut all ties with him. He stopped writing, stopped giving questionnaires.
No one was having sex, and they called it the sex raft.
Stopped taking notes. He was sick, according to his own account. The medic on board, who was also a participant, said he was almost certainly faking it for attention. The crew celebrated without him. They swam, they laughed, they cooked together. In a quiet moment below deck, Genovese opened his journal. He wrote one sentence. Only one person on this raft has shown any kind of aggression, and that is me, a man trying to control everyone else, including himself. He had designed a machine to find violence in other people, and the only violence it found was him.
That's it. I love that story so much because I've always loved the idea of these ship stories. You know, it's usually a conceit used by literary professionals like Moby Dick, right? It becomes a microcosm of the world. This whaling ship teaches us something about the whole world because it's this isolated universe where you can kind of explore what people are like. Or Seawolf is one of my favorite books, Seawolf, or Death Ship, a very famous anarchist piece of literature. The idea is that you put people on a boat and you apply hierarchy and see what happens. And it's always the people in the hierarchical top that are the problem. They're always them who are the most violent. Those are the ones whipping people's back, forcing people to do shit that's unspeakable, forcing people into violent situations. But the people themselves are just trying to get along and cooperate and do the job, do the work that needs to be done. The people aren't the lazy ones. It's the captain that's the lazy one. It's always that guy who at the top who's the laziest and meanest and most aggressive and most violent. You spent 2 years as a deckhand in Alaska. It's a different world, I bet. I've loved this like that metaphor very much over the years, because in hospitality, like in a big resort like MGM Grand, I always think of it as like a giant, because basically it is like a huge yacht, right? And there's people who come and go, but you're kind of stuck on this yacht together, and you can't leave. You got to eat there, everything there. You might go home and sleep at night, but at the end of the day, you are with these people your whole lives. Same thing with restaurants. It's like, yeah, people are washing in, or people are coming and going, but the crew has to maintain this crew-like atmosphere, and you better not push them too hard, because they'll mutiny, they'll walk out, they'll abandon ship. Anyway, calling Americans communists is disgusting. Calling Americans communists is disgusting. I don't know. It doesn't mean.
How's it going? Good.
I don't see. Here's a communist for you. There's a guy. Everyone calls this guy a communist. You think he's a communist?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, obviously you ran on a campaign message to make buses fast and free. Does this investment today delay your initiative to make buses free? Do you think that this delays at all your push to make it free? And then for Jano, I know you're very against making buses free, so I just wanted to see if you're hoping that the faster buses will delay making buses free.
Not at all. Come over here. Not at all. I've been very clear with New Yorkers that my commitment is to make buses fast and free. Today, we stand together on how we deliver the fast. And I want to be very clear that speed is something in terms of what New Yorkers can depend on.
I mean, it's something. He said fast and free buses. Here, I'm delivering the fast. We're working on the free part. I don't know, man. I don't trust this Zoran Mamdani, but man, he keeps on coming correct with his at least he keeps his promises. I don't trust Donald Trump, but hey, man, if he actually did drop my grocery prices by 30% in the first year like he promised, I might have a different opinion of Donald Trump. I don't know if he actually did anything that he promised. If the war in Palestine was over and no one was getting killed over there, or if the war in Ukraine was over like he promised, if my electricity bill was 30% lower, if what was the other thing? My gas prices were 50% lower. I mean, shit, I might have a different opinion of Donald Trump, but the thing is, he says that shit lies. I don't believe people's promises, but Zoran Mamdani's actually keeping his promises. Promises made, promises kept. Finally, you are all socialists. In fact, the only ones that tried communism was the idiot Puritans, and they nearly starved to death because it doesn't work. The Native Americans had to show them what capitalism was. What? The Native Americans? What are you talking about? The Native Americans were like pretty damn close to anarchists. So I guess because they showed them what anarchism was, the American Indians shows them what capitalism. What are you talking about? That's so funny.
What they can see on the bus, and then also the investments we're making around the whole bus system. That's what's so exciting about this. Is it's not just about the bus, it's also about the bus stop, it's also about the streetscape, it's about every single thing that delays New Yorkers when they're trying to get around. We're excited to be in partnership with the MTA and with the state on doing that, and we'll continue not only to believe but to work towards making our bus system free as well.
I guess like with Kamala Harris, it's funny. If Trump promises too much, just like Kamala, that's an interesting point of view. At least Kamala was saying, I am going to pass a nationwide anti-price gouging initiative. And she says she's going to do it through Congress to make it actually work. So it's not just an executive order. I thought that was really interesting, since most states have price gouging laws. Many states have anti-price gouging laws. It'd be cool if the United States government had one, so they can't charge you an unreasonable amount of money for things like apples and, I don't know, oatmeal. That makes sense to me, that they can't price gouge you on food. I think they shouldn't be able to price gouge you on gasoline, and they shouldn't be able to price gouge you on any of the necessities, even cell phone service. Like, why do we pay more cell phone service? Why do we pay like 3 times as much as they do in every other major country? Why am I paying more for my cell phone than they're paying in Germany or Switzerland? And that's the same fucking service. In fact, sometimes it's faster over there. I mean, we could talk about which one has better service, but why am I paying so much more? Doesn't make any sense. I'm getting gouged. Anyway, I guess like that, I found that promise very interesting from Kamala Harris. I hate Kamala Harris because I think that she's just I think she's a horrible person who destroyed people's lives for minor drug charges and shit. I don't like her, but that was an interesting. At least she had an idea, and she was talking about Medicare for all. I don't think she was actually I think she had any plan on doing it. I don't trust these people. Medicare for all, though, could be a step in the right direction. I don't know. It'd be nice to have my health care sorted out so I don't have to spend so much goddamn money on health insurance.
And we just got to recognize that you want government to work where people are solving problems. Not everybody agrees about every single thing. Ed Koch famously said it is an equity and affordability victory, and I'm glad to share the credit with the mayor and the council.
It is interesting. There's a Democrat sharing credit with the Democratic Socialist who he knows is more charismatic. Fast buses. Are we going to get free buses? What are you going to say? What are you going to say when Zoran Mamdani delivers on fast and free buses? He's already delivered on childcare for all. Childcare. What are you going to say when he's got well-run city-owned grocery stores? What are you going to say when people are eating for free? I mean, what was it? Well, his promise was freezing the rent on already stabilized apartments. He did it. The promise was fast and free buses, 50%, and childcare for every New Yorker. He's at 2.5 out of 3. What are you going to say when he delivers on fast and free buses? And then he starts doing his grocery store thing. And what if it works?
Melissa, go ahead. Good morning.
The agents who killed the person in Maine yesterday were reportedly not using body-worn cameras, and that's despite DHS officials coming to Congress and repeatedly saying over the last few months they want to expand body camera usage. Does there need to be accountability on DHS from Congress here?
I don't know anything about this event. Okay, I was a little busy yesterday, so I'm going to reserve judgment. I know that
this fucking guy. I don't know nothing about nothing. Every single day, anytime anything happens in America, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, the most powerful Republican, arguably, next to Donald Trump, maybe the second most powerful elected Republican. I mean, I guess you could say J.D. Vance, but come on, this guy's has way more power than J.D. Vance. You could say something about Marco Rubio, but he's not elected; he's appointed. So this is the highest ranking elected Republican in America, other than Donald Trump, and he doesn't know anything ever. Every time they fucking ask him, "Hey, how this guy got shot?" I don't know nothing about them. Not gonna pass judgment. Ding dang do. I ding dang do. I'm not gonna pass no judgment on that. Ding ding dang do. Well, I'm very busy. I'm very busy. What are you fucking busy doing, asshole? You're barely working. Get some fucking laws passed. Tell me you're busy. Tell me you're busy. I'm very busy. I don't have the news. No, I don't have staff. I don't know nothing about nothing. No one tells me nothing. I'm in a dark hole all day long. I don't pay attention to nobody. No how. They keep shooting people, those ICE agents, and I never heard about an ICE. ICE. What is ICE? What is an ICE agent? I never heard about that.
There was
I'm sure it was a Democrat's fault. I'm not sure.
Tragic shooting, and I'm not going to comment on because I don't know. And you guys can mock me for not knowing that. I worked about.
Yeah, I'm mocking you for not knowing that. You're a fucking evil human being. You are elected to serve the people, sir, not Donald Trump, not the Republican Party. In fact, as Speaker of the House, you are elected, you are paid to represent all of us. You're represented, you're here to run the whole fucking body, the only body, arguably, that is supposed to represent the people. That's your fucking job, Mike Johnson, is to represent the people. That's what the House of Representatives is supposed to do. It's the only one. The executive branch is not here to represent you. The legislative branch is not here to represent you. The Senate is not here to represent. The Senate's a joke anyway. The only thing we have as the people of the United States of America, the only thing that makes us democracy is the body of people that he is in charge of, the House of Representatives. And he doesn't know what's going on in these streets.
22 hours in the last few days, and I did not get the briefing on that yet. I will this morning.
Yeah, I'm not going to mock you for it, Mike. I'm just going to call you a liar because that's what you are. You know exactly what happened.
This guy's a former congressman. Joe Scarborough used to be a congressman. I'm not going to mock you. I'm just going to call you a bald-faced liar. By the way, please don't say bold-faced. It's bald, like a bald head, like no hair. Bald-faced liar. Bald-faced liar. That's what it is. Not a bold-faced liar. Please, I know it's hard. It doesn't matter to me really, but it irks me a little bit. I'm not one of those grammar Nazis. I don't really give a shit. I'm not going to correct you. I'll never correct you if you say bold-faced liar, but it's bald-faced liar. Thank you.
Happened yesterday.
Consider that a public service announcement.
You understand that un-American actions are continuing to accelerate across America while Susan Collins votes for $70 billion in ICE funding that has no reforms attached to it? You have Americans being gunned down in the streets of Minneapolis by masked men. That's un-American. You have fathers.
The polio vaccine actually caught. What are you talking about? Why are you guys talking about? What idiot brought up vaccines?
Husbands, grandfathers being gunned down in Houston, gunned down in the street for no reason. In Biddleford, Maine, and the killers.
Talenty, I'm not correcting anybody. Did someone say it? Sorry, bald-faced liar. I just hear it every once in a while. People say bold-faced liar, and I'm like, okay. I'm too polite to actually say actually, because I always hated people like that in college. If someone says facade, I'm not going to correct you. I know you mean facade. What the fuck do I care if it's facade or facade? I don't care. I never care. I fucking hate people, especially because we're Americans. Americans, we pronounce things however the hell we want. I'm never going to correct anybody for pronouncing something incorrectly. If someone says Louvre instead of Louvre or Louvre, I'm not going to correct you. You're not French. You're American. Say however the fuck you want. If you want to call it Cologne or Cologne, I don't care. I don't care. Köln or Cologne. Or if you want to say Köln, the city of Cologne, I don't care. München or Munich, I don't care. Don't care. I'm not going to correct you.
Away, no justice, no investigations, no real investigations allowed by local authorities who have seen their city streets being turned into killing zones. And you don't know about that, Mike?
One time I knew this. She was like one of the great loves of my life. She was so beautiful. And we were living in Taiwan, and she had been living in Taiwan for a while, and I went to go move with her, and I knew her in college, you know. I knew her in college. She moved to China, and then I followed much later. Anyway, she was an English major, and she was saying, like, oh, that story's a little macabre. And it was the cutest fucking thing I ever heard. This beautiful woman in her, I think we were both in our 30s at this point. I can't remember. Beautiful. Can't tell you how beautiful I thought she was. And we were living in Taiwan, and she says that story's a little macabre. Fucking crushes me. It melts. I was melted. Macabre? 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 Oh God, I love it. I love her even today. I love her for just that moment. And now that's like a crystallized moment of how much I loved that woman. Macabre. There's something so innocent and beautiful about a person who says something with such confidence, like macabre. And what kind of an asshole would I be? Is like, actually.
What do you know about? You know about, oh my God. You know about $350 billion that you say is needed to fight communism in America? Do you know how dangerous you sound, Mike? I saw conservative commentators who were still conservative, unlike you, unlike the president, unlike so many other Republicans that I used to work with in Congress, saying every conservative should be afraid when a Speaker of the House says we want to use $350 billion against Americans. People that you call communists because they believe in more affordable health care. People that you call communists because they believe that billionaires and multinational corporations should pay their fair share in taxes. People you call communists.
It's funny. Anybody who says that a corporation should pay their fair share is always called a communist. And what's even funnier, in the Communist Manifesto, Marx says this. Hold on. What is the opening line? What is the opening line about the specter over Europe in the Communist Manifesto? The opening line. Here we go. Come on, let's do it. Come on, give it to me. A specter is haunting Europe. The specter of communism. Oh, come on. Can I just give it to me? Okay. A specter. I'm gonna get canceled for this shit. Here we go. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All the powers of Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this specter. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? Where is the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Two things result from this fact. Communism is already acknowledged by all European powers to be itself a power. It is high time that communists should openly, in the face of the whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the specter of communism while a manifesto of the party itself. To this end, communists of various nationalities have assembled in London and sketched the following manifesto to be published in the English, French, German, Italian, Flemish, and Danish languages. Here we go. We're not going to read the whole thing, of course. That would take like an hour, but maybe we should someday just read the whole thing for everybody. But you see this. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? So the reason why he says this is because Karl Marx saw that everybody that the powerful disagree with get called communists. This is the Communist Manifesto. He's saying the reason why I had to write the Communist Manifesto is because all you fucking idiots, every time you disagree with anybody, you're calling them communists. And that's bullshit. It's the reason why it was written. Do you understand how crazy that is? That today we still have idiots on television, people like Mike Johnson saying he wants to spend $300 million or whatever it is, $300 billion, whatever the money is, to kill communists, and that communists are everywhere. They're not communists. They're people he disagrees with. They're the opposition that has been decried as communistic by its opponents in power. No matter what opposition party you are, if you are not in power at the time, you're called a communist because they hate you. Where's the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties? Those, he's saying that the other parties that are in opposition that are gaining power, they also get called communists by the people who are called communists, as well as against its reactionary adversaries. Again, reactionaries are basically the opposite of communists, and yet we call them communists because we disagree with them. And thus, Karl Marx sat with Friedrich Engels and others and wrote the Communist Manifesto. And it's worth reading if you're literate, you should read it. It doesn't take that long. You can read it you can read it on your lunch break. And it's free. There's no excuse why you can't read the Communist Manifesto and understand. And you don't even, nowadays, you can just scroll over the parts you don't understand. Scroll over, it'll explain shit. Anyway, the Communist Manifesto, there it is. This is at Marxist.org, right there. Marx and Engels Library, 1848 Manifesto, the Communist Party, Chapter 1. There it is. You can read it in any language you want. It's free. You can read it all. But really, I mean, read part of it. You'll get it. It's not that hard of a concept, communism. It's basically just political fiction to explain what communists actually want, because you guys keep saying communists and don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Back in 1848, he's complaining about all these assholes who say they hate communists and they don't even know what communism is. So stop saying I hate it. Read the Communist Manifesto. So he made a manifesto just for all you idiots. And you idiots still don't read it. It's still going on. Donald Trump and fucking Mike Johnson are continuously, they still haven't read it. They still haven't read it. They still, the specter of I love that, the opening line, a specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise the specter. The Pope and Tsar, the Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies all hate communists. But what is it? We don't know.
Communists, because the income disparity between the richest Americans and the poorest Americans continue to grow. Now, let's think now. That's real commie thinking. No, actually, it was Alan Greenspan himself who said the greatest threat to American capitalism is income disparity, the kind of income disparity that you continue to generate. Are you un-American, Mike? Are Republicans that continue to do what Alan Greenspan said for a decade was the greatest risk to American democracy?
There you go. This is like peak ignorance. This is what I'm talking. You see, here it is right here in front of you. This is why it happens. Last time I checked, Zoran Mamdani and most liberals will tell you they are communists. Really? Last time you checked? When did you check that, Justin? Fucking idiot. My God, most people will clamor to tell you, I'm not communist. Even I, and I'm pretty much a communist. And I'll be like, I'm not really, because it's kind of impossible today. Calling me a communist is like calling me a Star Trek captain. It's not real. Communism is one of those things that are an idea. It's not really a thing that you could try. The communist, the only thing I need to know is that communism is about that it has never actually worked. It has never ever actually worked. See, this is how stupid you'd have to be. This is ignorance on top. Someone chose to write this into a chat window to show us all how ignorant he is. Justin Reeder, the most ignorant. You won. You won. You won the award for the most ignorant viewer of the day. The most ignorant of the viewer of the day. There it is. Dwarven Jesus. Oh, let's see some more ignorance. Communism equals fascist theft. It requires complete oppression of dissenting opinions. No, it does not. Dwarven Jesus. Read the Communist Manifesto if you can read. Once again, ignorance on display. Should I bring it up again? I kind of want to should I just keep it up? Should I just keep this up? I mean, let's see again. All the way in 1848, the specter of where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? The history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guild master and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome, we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves. In the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guild masters, journeymen, apprentices, serfs. In almost all of these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonism. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in the place of old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, the distinct feature it has simplified class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. From the serfs of the Middle Ages sprang the chartered burghers of the earliest towns. From these burgesses, the first elements of the bourgeoisie were developed. This isn't. Look, it even talks the discovery of America, the rounding of the Cape opened the fresh new ground of the rising bourgeoisie, the East Indian and Chinese markets, the colonization of America, trade with the colonies, the increase of the means of exchange and in commodities generally gave to commerce, to navigation, to industry, an impulse never before known, and thereby to the revolutionary elements in the tottering feudal society, a rapid development. I mean, I don't know where you get from that. It's never worked. Fuck, bro. All I need to know is it don't work.
And American capitalism? You un-American? Are they un-American? And as far as immigrants go, I know you don't really know because you didn't know what happened yesterday. So you probably don't know that there was a guy named Ronald Wilson Reagan who was 40th president of the United States. And he used his farewell speech to America talking about the importance of immigrants coming to this country, like the fathers, like the sons, like the husbands, like the workers that you're allowing to be gunned down by ICE.
Workers? Oh my God, he's a communist. He said something about the workers. Joe Scarborough, classic Republican. He's a communist.
Time and time again in American streets. And what happens afterwards? The killers are whisked away. The killers are whisked away, and they're protected from justice, just like King George III would surely protect royal troops that gunned down patriots 200.
Ooh, I love this. Jesus wouldn't be communist. No, Jesus was anarchist. Do whatever you want. He didn't really. Jesus was pretty firmly anarchistic. But communism, maybe. I don't think Jesus was religious. You say that Jesus wouldn't be communist because communism is explicitly anti-religious. Jesus is pretty anti-religious if you think about it. He's the one that went into the temple and turned over all the bullshit, told him to stop sacrificing animals and shit and stop taking money for favors. So I don't know. I think Jesus was pretty anti-religion. He was pro-personal relationship with God. And then they took his teachings and they turned it into a cult. So that makes sense, right? I mean, he was a guy who just, I don't think he liked. He basically was a Buddhist anarchist, teaching trying to mix up people's, try to adopt people's already crazy ideas and turn it into something, modernize the world. But I don't know. I don't think Jesus was like super into religion. I think that's not at all what I got from it, from the book about Jesus Christ. Jesus was communist. I don't think he was like even that far along, but anarchist for sure. He hated the state. And so you could call him a communist because communism is a classless. I mean, what can get more of a flat hierarchy than first is last and last is first? That's pretty, the guy's pretty much into a flat society, doesn't like emperors. He doesn't like priests. He doesn't like bosses. If anything, Jesus did not like bosses, man. He did not like that shit. He didn't like people who put their faces on coins, that's for sure. Jesus hated that shit. The Pharisees, was the guys who put they went to him? I forget the guy. Was it the Pharisees? I forget. They went to Jesus with a coin and they're like, it's got whose coin? Who does this belong to? Should we give this to God too? And he says, who's on it? It's the Caesar. Caesar's face is on it. Nah, you can give it back to Caesar. Render unto Caesar what is his. Render unto God what is his. God has made his imprint on you. Caesar makes his imprint on coins. Give all the coins away. Fuck it.
50 years ago. Whisk them away from the scene of the crime where the patriots are gunned down. Here, whisking these masked federalites without cause. I want to know, what does Kim Paxton think about a Hispanic father, a Hispanic grandfather, a man who'd been in America for over 30 years, misidentified and shot to death in the street of Houston? What does Kim Paxton think about that? What does Susan Collins? I'm sure she's disturbed.
Yeah, I mean, he was a radical socialist. I think that it's a little difficult to pin down like exactly what Jesus's political leanings were, except very anti-authoritarian, very anti-government, very anti-organized religion. To call like every group kind of wants to claim him. Even the Republicans are like, no, he loved rich people. He clearly did not love rich people. He clearly hated rich people. He said that rich people don't go to heaven. Rich people don't go to heaven, is what Jesus said. Told everybody rich people are going to rot in hell. They're going to burn in hell. All the rich will burn in hell. That's what Jesus Christ said. He was pretty straight ahead on that one. So, I mean, yeah, maybe he was a radical socialist, I guess. He definitely did not like rich people or bosses. Sky is a dishonest propagandist who can't make a single good faith art. What do you mean? Go read the Bible, Dwarven. The problem with you, Dwarven Jesus, is that you're illiterate. You're like you won't read the Communist Manifesto. You won't read the New Testament. You won't read any of the founding documents. You won't do any of those things. So you just talk shit. It's fun. It's entertaining, Dwarven Jesus.
What's her word? What's her word? What'd she say? I'm concerned. Maybe it's concerned. I'm sure she's concerned.
I would be concerned
about what happened in the streets of Maine. A sweet, kind, young man, the community member said, was so kind, so
yeah, I mean, one all-powerful being. Yeah, he did say that like all these gods don't matter, that whatever could be God, it could be. This is why so many Christians are like, well, I believe in an energy. That's why Christians think they can also be Buddhist, because they all believe in some higher power. That's why you could be a Jew or a Gentile and be a Mason, because you just have to believe in a higher power. Most people believe in some kind of higher power. That's not Most people. Something bigger than me. Something that made the Big Bang, all that type of shit.
Loving. Getting gunned down
in front of his little girl.
Through a car window in front of his family? Where's that killer? What justice for that killer? What justice for that killer? What justice for the men and women who continue to let Americans...
Man, I need to find a my Micah. I need a Micah. She's like, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Streets.
My
turn into killing zones. Communists? They're worried about... Maybe they should be worried about fascists.
Ooh, Scarborough. Joe Scarborough openly calling the current regime fascist. Is this a new? My God, this is new. I'm glad I watched today. I'm glad we did the show today. I'm glad we did the show. Joe Scarborough, Republican representative, who's now host of a CNN show, calls Donald Trump regime fascist. Put that on the front page.
There he is. There's the young...
I should have put that on the thumbnail. Should put that on the thumbnail. Republicans call Trump a fascist.
Man being remembered. The young father.
You have 2 jobs.
The young worker. Look at that face. That is the face of a man who typifies what Ronald Reagan said his last night in the White House. It is men like this that will keep America forever young, forever growing, forever American. You can go to France and you'll never be called a Frenchman, Reagan said. You can go to Turkey or Germany, and you'll never be Turkish or a German. But you come to America, and you will become an American.
And Willie, according to the New York Times, this 25-year-old young man, a young father, was left dead in the street with his wife weeping next to his body. His 3-year-old girl saw the whole thing happen, traumatized for life. They lived in an apartment building. He worked as a DoorDash driver and cleaned a veterinary center at night. He held 2 jobs.
You'd think that people would learn that you can't attempt to run over federal agents. If you still believe that all of these people are trying to run over federal agents, that's what they say because all these people are unarmed. Are you fucking... I know you're not serious. I know you're just joking. Yeah. They're all trying to run over federal agents. That's what everybody's doing. All these people all of a sudden all got the same idea and are trying to run over federal agents with their cars. That's what's happening over and over and over again. Unarmed people are being shot in their cars because they're attempted vehicular manslaughter. Yeah. Vehicular homicide. Yeah, they all got the same idea all overnight. All of Americans got this idea. We're going to start running over federal agents. Never happened before. Just out of nowhere. Everyone's doing it. It's the new craze. No. What is more likely that the state, which in any country in the world, the state murders citizens, or like the state murdering members of the public? A tale as old as time. Not a new idea there. Not a new idea. State officers, state agents, state representatives murdering the public in the street. That is not new. That happens in every country in the world. Or what's more likely, that or Americans just got a hair up their ass and they all are running people over with their cars. Yeah. How you explain Alex Preddy? Oh, well, he got in the way of, we were gassing a woman. We were throwing chemical irritants at a woman and he got in the way. So we shot him. You're going to say that he had a car. He tried to ram him. We had a gun on him. Did he point the gun? No, it was holstered. We executed them. He got in between agents gassing our own people, representatives of the government gassing a woman. He stood between an agent and a woman trying to protect her, and he got executed in the street.
Jobs. He was seen in the community as someone who was so kind. The whole family was seen as so kind.
Alex was reaching for his car. Well, there was a car nearby. The woman was trying to get away from the cop while he was gassing her, and Alex Preddy stood in between them and got gassed himself and then executed. But there was a car. She was right by the car. She was trying to get away, but she couldn't because there was a car in the way. So he was near a car when he was shot in the street.
And all of a sudden, this happens to them. for no reason, it appears. And according to his father, he had legal status to work in America. And from all the reports we've heard so far, Willie, he was not the intended target of ICE.
Well, that's the important point. They shot the wrong person. They killed the wrong person again, because he got into a car that they thought was.
Well, yeah, that killed the wrong person is so funny, too, because here's the narrative now is that not only did they kill a guy, they killed the wrong guy. And it's like, okay, well, so they were going there to kill him? So their job was to go execute a guy, and they killed the wrong guy 3 times in a row in 1 week.
The car that belonged to someone that kind of looked like him, maybe, or whatever the reasoning was.
Well, he was brown.
Again, shooting into a car, which violates every protocol of every well-trained police officer at any police department in the United States. That should be obvious. And to your point, Joe, about Susan Collins, when she voted for the $70 billion, as you just pointed out.
Not one ICE agent has even been killed. Not one has been shot. Not one. Not one has been killed at all. Just the people are being killed. The public is being killed.
To support this operation that we watched again 2 days ago in Maine and the week before in Houston have deadly consequences. She said, I voted for it, but here's what I got out of it. Body cameras and real investigations when bad things happen. Well, no body cameras, again, in the case of this shooting in Maine, and no real investigations of any of these. It took 6 months for federal investigators to give evidence over in Minnesota to state officials so that they could then look into it. These are not real investigations. This is not real accountability. And for Mike Johnson to say, I worked a 22-hour day yesterday, doing what? We don't know.
I worked a 22-hour day. Then get the fuck out. You don't. If you're bitching about working too hard, we got other people that want to be Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. There's a line of people who want that job. Give it back to Kevin McCarthy.
Sweeping up after President Trump or chasing around whatever the president's request or whim of the day is, because that seems to be his job. I guess there are going to be a lot of staff firings in Speaker Johnson's office if they didn't brief him on this story. And again, Joe, just to go back to the core, as you bring up Ronald Reagan, principle that conservatives have talked about since I can remember, which is the idea of jackbooted thugs, as they called them around Ruby Ridge, or they called them around Waco, marauding through the streets, going after people in this country. It's happening. It's happening in real time in our streets in this country.
Jackbooted thugs. Are you worried about communists or fascism? Look like 75% of you are not afraid of communists. Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see that you guys are not afraid of communists. Nice to see. Nice to see. Nice to see. Fascism is autocratic dictatorship. Wrong! Wrong. That's not what fascism is. Thank you. 175K just ain't enough to live on. Not if you're paying rent. I mean, I'm going to try to do it for less. I'm going to try to do it for less because I'm buying a house. I'm buying a house in cash. I'm buying a house in cash. And then saying goodbye. I'm not going to do it anymore. I tried to buy a condo, and they said, "Yeah, here's the counter offer." And then they came back and said, "Just joking, we don't want to sell it anymore." So what the fuck? You don't want to do it, then take your house off the market, asshole. What the fuck are you doing? Waste my goddamn time.
A Metro police officer is off the force today after admitting.
I'm sorry. These two ladies look like I don't know. I don't want to say anything about these two ladies. These two ladies look like professionals. Tory. Communism in practice is fascism. Oh my God, Dwarven, go read a fuck. I don't know. I never read that new Communist Manifesto, but I'm gonna say that they're the same thing. Communism is literally the opposite of fascism. It's literally every country ever. Communism is a classless society. It's no countries. That's what communism is. No countries. That's what it means. That's what it means. You can have dictatorships in all sorts of things. You get dictatorships all sorts of places. They come from all over. They call themselves all sorts of things. They'll call you whatever they want them to be. A dictator will say whatever you want to get into power. You think Stalin was a Marxist? No. They even changed the name. Call it Stalinism. He was not a Marxist. He was a Stalinist. I got my own new idea. You think Hitler was a just a regular old socialist? No, he had a new idea called National Socialism. It was his idea, National Socialism. It was basically the same thing as the fascists down in Italy. Mussolini, he went and hung out with him. They started doing little salutes and stuff. He learned that all from Mussolini, but he wasn't like Mussolini. They were similar enough, so they joined forces. But at the end of the day, National Socialism was, just the tool to get him into office, to get him into power. These guys rise to power by telling you whatever you want to hear. Kind of like how Donald Trump says he's going to lower gas prices by 50% in 12 months. They'll tell you whatever you need. That's National Socialism. You're going to get a check in the mail from all these Doge cuts. Where is it? Just the whites are going to get it? Okay, when am I getting it? Where's my check? They'll tell you whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Like these labels don't really fucking matter. You get that, right? Socialism bad. Like, it's just so dumb. It's just so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. Socialism's bad. So stupid. It's barely. It's like, okay, then you hate the internet, you hate the roads, you hate the GPS, you hate the military, you hate the fire department, you hate the police, you hate the libraries. Socialism's bad. I mean, you're just stupid. You're stupid. These girls look like they've got something really important to say, and I can't wait to hear it. Here we go.
Leading to serious departmental violations. This is News 2 at 4. I'm Tori Gassner.
And I'm Kendall Ashman. News 2 has been investigating this salacious story for months. Andy Cordan joins us now with the story you were seeing first on 2. Andy.
Hey there, ladies. You know, an internal investigation by Metro Police revealed a sex scandal. Now, it happened on...
This guy also looks serious with his stupid... What the fuck is going on over here at the... newsroom over at ABC.
Duty. It happened in a Metro Police car. It happened in a middle school with children who were close by.
Like, what is this guy doing? The green checks and the tan pants and the... What's with the tie? I don't know. Where do you even get a tie like that?
On the surface, Officer Lisa Vidrios...
She looks stoked, man. That's good. That's a cop you want coming over, right? That's a cop you want. Hey, my house just got robbed. Okay!
Seem to have it all.
Hi, I'm Lisa Vidrios, and I transferred to Nashville from the San Diego Police Department. Prior to serving as a police officer, I served in the United States Marine Corps for 9 years.
9 years she was a Marine, and now she's in Nashville. She was from San Diego.
In 2022, she graduated from the Metro Police Academy. The department even chose her among a handful of promising officers to represent her graduating class.
I came here to Nashville with my family, and my husband included, who is also now a member of the Metro Police Department with me. We have 3 children together, ages 6, 4, and 1 years old, and we love spending time as a family and doing everything we can throughout the city of Nashville.
According to this internal report obtained by News 2, in May of last year, the 37-year-old woman and another Metro police officer began having an affair. According to the Office of Professional Accountability, Lisa Vidrios and the unnamed male officer, who's an 18-year veteran, reportedly had sexual relations multiple times.
Okay, so she's cheating on her husband. I mean, you move here from San Diego, move to Nashville, Tennessee. Maybe you want to get some strange. That happens. I get it. 7-year itch or something.
While on duty, in police cars, and here at Madison Middle School.
What? These cops are getting busy at the middle school? Malcolm in the middle school? They're coming out. Why are they doing it at the middle school?
Where the 37-year-old served as a school resource officer.
Holy shit. I guess, I never thought of that. I'm glad we did this show today because I never thought about how cops who are stationed at schools for our own protection, right? The middle schools, because we need cops at middle schools now. They're banging in the broom closet while the kids are in class. What the? She's bent over the mop sink in the broom closet getting railed while the kids are learning their ABCs or whatever the hell you learn in middle school. I can't remember. Learning about, what do you read in middle school? They're reading Romeo and Juliet, I think, in middle school. These middle schoolers are reading Romeo and Juliet while she's getting railed in the broom closet. Thank you, officer.
According to the report, Vidrios and the veteran officer had sex in Vidrios' SRO office while children were present in the schoolhouse. No. According to the OPA report, there is overwhelming evidence that the officers had sex in a Metro building and the male officer's police car. That evidence includes video, pictures.
This is so dirty. Do it in the middle school.
And text chains, as well as an admission of wrongdoing by Vidrios. According to the internal report, the male officer has not been interviewed because he was on medical leave during the investigation.
What? He got out on medical leave? You gotta love cops, man. Every time these cops, she looks like she's happy to be. She loves being a police, Metro Police, Nashville, whatever. Nashville Metro Police. Davidson County. Welcome to Nashville. Bend over.
Then he was approved for a medical pension for an injury he sustained on duty. This report.
What kind of injury? Was it a dick injury? Was it a penis injury? Was it syphilis?
Indicates if he returns to active duty, OPA investigators will question him about this matter. And according to the report, Vidrios agreed to a suspension for some 30 days, after which she resigned from the police force. I'll send it back to you, Kendall.
Of course she resigned. I mean, what's her husband say? Can we get him on the phone? Let's get her husband on the phone.
Thank you, Andy. News 2 reached out to the mayor's office for comment. A spokesperson sent us this statement, quote, "The mayor is consistent. Our first responders are held to the highest standard. When they don't meet that, it's not."
Oh, Kendall, look at the metropolitan government from Nashville and Davidson County. Why is the Indian holding a skull, a human skull? What the hell? Why is the Indian in the Nashville County, Davidson County seal holding a skull like he's Hamlet? Nobody actually knows. Nobody knows. Davidson County is one of the more unusual municipal emblems in the United States because the Hamlet-like imagery has baffled historians for decades. Several theories attempt to explain, though. The Okonostota tale. The seal's origins in 1949, he identified the Native American figure Chief Okonostota, a famous 18th century Cherokee war leader. According to this narrative, the chief is holding a skull and a weapon as a burial and peace offering. Oh. Metro historians like Carol Busey note that Okonostota and early Nashville settler James Robertson never actually met, making the story more of a fabricated local legend than historical fact. Okay. It seems like there's lots of, but no one knows. No one knows why this Indian is holding a skull like he's Hamlet. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. He was a fellow of infinite jest and excellent fancy.
Not acceptable. The Metro Police Department adds Vidrios and the male officer were immediately decommissioned and removed from all police access on May 26.
How come the male officer doesn't get named? This is bullshit. How come only the woman's on the hook? That slut, she was a seductress, a homewrecker. If this dude was banging the middle school cop at the middle school, how come the dude's name isn't all over the press?
2025, when the department was made aware of these allegations.
That's bullshit.
Right, a pretty rare occurrence today on Capitol Hill with two members of the U.S. Supreme Court testified before the U.S. Senate representing the High Court as they're asking Congress for more money to fund security for court members, money that Justice Amy Coney Barrett made very clear is desperately needed. Take a listen as she describes some of the threats that she and her family have faced just in the last few years. Take a look.
There was a time, and it was shortly after the Dobbs leak, when the threats to my life were particularly intense, and my security detail thought it was a good idea for me.
Dwarven Jesus, I'm so sick of this stupid 100 million people died under communism. You're an imbecile. You're an imbecile. You're an imbecile. How many people died under the Hitler regime? They were capitalists. Corporate bootlickers like you. Basically, Dwarven Jesus, you side with the Nazis. You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi, Dwarven Jesus. And you want to talk about how communism killed people? Communism killed people. Again, someone who refuses to read the Communist Manifesto has not a leg to stand on. If you want to talk about communism, you're an idiot.
Me to have a bulletproof vest. So I took it home from the house, went into my bedroom, threw it down, and turned around, and my 12-year-old son was in the doorway, and he said, "What's that?" And when I took this job, I didn't really anticipate being in the position of having to explain to one of my children what a bulletproof vest was and why his mom had it. I was the victim of a swatting incident at my house. One of our teenage sons walked out the front door, getting ready to head out with friends, and the street was.
I think it's cute how the Supreme Court is getting all these troubles. I guess you guys didn't want to get into that political thicket, and now you're in it. You done stepped in it, Supreme Court. You were up high with your black robes, and everyone just bowed down to the Supreme Court. But you and all your fucking judge friends started sticking your nose into the politics of this country, and now, guess what? You get death threats now. I ain't sad about that. You fucking Catholic zealot, Amy Coney Barrett. She's just she's like Opus Dei. She's like one of those crazy Catholics. She ain't a normal Catholic. She ain't one of those normal Catholics. She's one of them crazy ones.
Full of county policemen, and then I also had my residential security presence there. They had responded to a false alarm saying that there was.
I guess you shouldn't have got involved in politics. It's funny. Now you got all these problems. Shocking.
My home, anonymized deliveries, and they often come in the name of the murdered son of one of our district judges.
What did you think was going to happen? This is why. Do you know that there's been, for hundreds of years now, the United States Supreme Court has tried, often failed, but they've tried to not get into this Republican Democrat bullshit. And now they're in it. Everyone knows, everyone calls them Republican judges and Democrat judges now. We call them Democratic judges and Republican judges now. We call them liberal judges and conservative judges. We all agree now that the Supreme Court is partisan. Everybody knows it. So now you're up on now you get the same problems they got in Congress. Congratulations. You did this. You did this. You fucked up the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett. That was you. Everything was, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. But you guys, you did this. You and Clarence Thomas and Scalia, Alito, all these guys, those guys, you.
The message that these, pizzas and other things that are sent to us, is fairly clear. They're often sent to members of our immediate and extended families as well. They're meant to intimidate and they're meant to harass.
All right, here's reaction. Fox News legal analyst.
Oh, yeah, we're really upset about this. Yeah.
Greg Jarrett is with us. I see a couple of things that I observe here. Is the dehumanizing, often insightful rhetoric that people use. It has a negative impact, especially on people that are not well.
Like you, Sean Hannity. That's you, Sean Hannity. You started that, Sean Hannity. You were the one who started this shit. I love how all these maggers are waking up and like, oh, it's too late. We've gone full Nazi. Yeah, you sure did. If only someone had warned you, huh? If only someone had warned you about that.
Number two, we do not enforce the laws that would prevent people from behaving and doing these things at the homes of justices. That could be fixed easily by enforcing the law.
Or they could get the fuck out of politics. That'd be nice. But no, it's too late. It's too late. Now you get death threats. It's your fault.
You're right on both points, Sean. I mean, the rising threats on the lives of justices is truly frightening. Up 25% last year, 38% this year. So we're talking about death threats, package deliveries, letter threats, voice messages, vandalizing their front lawns. I mean, some are alarmingly serious, such as the attempted murder of Brett Kavanaugh. Others are meant to, as the justice said, influence decisions through intimidation and harassment, as we saw in the Dobbs ruling that was leaked. And today, Justice Kagan said that was the moment when the floodgates.
Well, the thing is, like, packing the court, we always say packing the court. There's 13 districts. There should be 13 judges. The reason why they raised it to 9 judges, the reason, I shouldn't say, the justification for now having 9 judges instead of whatever, I think it was 5 back in the day. I forget what 7. I forget what it used to be. Is because there are now more districts. And so there's more shit going on and more people, more cases, just a lot more work. So we got to have 9 justices instead of whatever it was before. And now they're saying we got 13 districts now. Let's have 13 judges. Makes sense to me. It's a perfectly reasonable justification. Let's have 13 judges. And term limits. They should not have jobs forever. We need term limits on judges. Let's do a quote. Let's do a poll. I can't believe I'm even asking this, but how should SCOTUS have term limits? There you go. Should SCOTUS have term limits? I know it's a little tough to read what SCOTUS. SCOTUS is the Supreme Court of the United States of America. SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States. Thank you, Jen Batch, for the suggestion. You're great.
The threats opened up, and it's clear, as you point out,
they're getting threatened because they're clearly partisan. They can't even pretend they're not partisan anymore.
That many of these threats, 1,000 in the last 5 years, are fueled by the rage rhetoric in Washington, the ugly political rants from politicians like Schumer and Warren on the steps of the Supreme Court, threatening themselves, the justices. That seemed to send a signal that it's open season on the justices, sending a message to radical, violent activists, hey, it's okay to threaten them, even cause them harm. You know, Justice Barrett said the threats are constant. They're unrelenting. Their homes under siege, their families and children.
Aww. Oh, no, poor guys. It's too bad you Nazis are under attack.
Children are scared. And how in the world you try to explain a bulletproof vest to your 12-year-old? That is something, Sean, that should never happen.
I mean, you're the ones that wanted us to have these guns. You guys wanted us all to have guns, so we got to have bulletproof vests. I mean, that's part of the game. That's just part of the game. You guys wanted this. Here's how to not have a bulletproof vest. You don't have to explain anything to your children. Don't wear a bulletproof vest, and don't do anything that makes people want to murder you. You know, you got power. When you have power, be careful with it. Don't do things that get you shot. Be careful. You better be a good Supreme Court justice. You better make sure that you're not partisan. You better make sure that you follow the Constitution. But you didn't. You didn't, Amy Coney Barrett. And I don't give a shit I don't care about now. You're crying. Leave. Stop being a Supreme Court justice. Boom. It's gone. You don't have to be a Supreme Court justice. Leave. Resign. People have resigned before. Your forever job. Go do speaking tours. You could tell everybody how scary it was to be a Supreme Court justice as a right-wing zealot taking away women's rights. You could tell that. Tell them. A liberal judge's house was burnt down. It's true. After she ruled against the regime. It's true. It was. Mm-hmm. That's because the Republicans MAGA has created a permission structure for violence. You see it every day. Literally, my early chats of the day was all just threatening violence. That's all they do. MAGAs are just Nazis calling themselves something else. They call themselves MAGA now. NAZIMAGA. They love having it shorten everything down to 4 letters. They love that shit. DSA is never catching on. Democratic Socialists of America, DSA. Never catching on, folks. They're going to be called Democrats. The Democratic Party will be taken over, and they'll call themselves Democrats. They'll never get rid of the name because they're assholes.
Same old socialist song and dance. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
Yeah, the Ingram angle, man. I was looking for it, man. Greg Gutfeld didn't do a show. He's sick. Greg Gutfeld's dead. Greg Gutfeld died, everybody. He died. He was with Lindsay when it happened. The Supreme Court's wasting their time.
All right, it's failed.
The FBI's wasting their time.
Everywhere it's been tried, but that's not stopping them. The big DSA agenda rollout. Oh, it's in a few hours. And it's going to be where the activists who've built and accomplished zero try to convince you to ditch our entire economic system for slavery to the state under socialism.
Let's do
we will
it.
use government to respond to rising prices and.
Oh, look at that. He's already got pictures of his supermarket city, of his city-run supermarket. Wow, that's great. So 94% of you say that yes. 94% of you say that you should have. Hold on, let's do you think Mamdani is actually going to pull off the city supermarket thing and do it well? Sorry, I'm limited by characters. Okay, I want to know how you guys think. Zohran Mamdani, if he pulls off this supermarket thing, I will eat my hat. I'll eat my words. If Zohran Mamdani pulls off this supermarket thing and it works well and it's not gonna, and it actually, like, it's fine, it works, I'll be a Zohran Mamdani fan. He's warming up on me. I'm warming up on Zohran Mamdani. I'm warming up. If he pulls off that shit, if he works that shit out.
Unaffordable groceries.
We must secure housing for all. Dignified, truly affordable housing for all.
What the mayor is doing here should be done all over this country. Universal child care, make it free.
Now, ironically, the effort's called Workers Deserve More. But I'm telling you, after going through this, there is literally nothing in this agenda for a person in America who actually wants to work. It will help the rich people. It'll help faux academics who get wired into any type of socialist bureaucracy.
What the fuck? It'll help the rich people. You were just bitching about how they're taking money from the rich people. Which is it? You're telling me that Zohran Mamdani's help? Does anybody fucking believe this bitch?
And of course, socialism will help freeloaders who don't want to work. But let's say you live...
Freeloaders? Like Elon Musk, Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, those freeloaders, those are the ones, those are the only freeloaders I know.
Outside of Columbus. Maybe have a few kids, perhaps a joint income of, I don't know, 100K, 125K, maybe even have a little business. Well, this socialist agenda will absolutely destroy your way of life. Okay, let's go through a few of the agenda items. No more drug enforcement, okay? No war on drugs. It means drugs will flood your neighborhood.
Really? Really? My neighborhood? I don't think so. I don't think these guys are going to. I'm looking at my window right now. I don't think these guys are going to do any more drugs than they're already doing. If they're doing drugs, they're doing it in pills. They're taking pills that their doctors gave them. Like, my whole neighborhood's already on drugs, honey. I don't know if you noticed, this whole country's on fucking drugs. I used to proofread depositions because my mom had a court reporting business. I used to proofread them. You know what they ask you when you get deposed? You know what they ask you? They ask you, what drugs are you on? They don't ask you, are you on drugs? They're like, what drugs have you taken in the last 24 hours? They just assume you've taken drugs. And then they ask you, have you drunk anything in the last 24 hours? How much did you drink? Because they want to see if your testimony is reliable, because they want to see if the drugs or alcohol are affecting your ability to answer questions truthfully. I mean, that's where we are in America. The drugs are coming. The drugs are coming. The drugs are coming. The drugs are here, baby doll. The drugs are here. If there was a war on drugs, that obviously failed, but it was bullshit. There was never a war on drugs. There was a war on black people who have drugs on them. And Kamala Harris was one of those soldiers in the war against black people. But hey, I'm not going to get too deeply into the drug thing. I mean, after all, if they wanted to stop the drugs, they could. They could just put the CIA out of business and we wouldn't have drugs in this country. But it's here. They could take the pharmaceuticals, put them all out of business. That'd be fine too. We don't need all those assholes. The drugs are coming, everybody.
No more ICE or border enforcement, so your wages will be depressed by a never-ending flood of foreign workers. And
the foreign workers are coming? Oh, no. Oh, no, Mike. They got to keep them out so I can stay rich. Those foreigners are taking my job.
A living wage? Not if businesses have an unlimited number of migrants to choose from. Oh.
What are you talking about? You just have federal minimum wage. The fuck are you talking about? Minimum wage? Not if they have immigrants. What? Immigrants get paid minimum wage too. They all get paid minimum. Everyone gets paid minimum wage. That's, huh?
Oh, and also no more mandatory minimums for criminals or cash bail. Good.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, right? Mandatory minimums are fucking bullshit. But maybe we should do something to stop the crime instead of just putting people in jail forever. And that's Kamala Harris, by the way. Kamala Harris loved minimum prison sentences because she could get people on minor drug charges and put them in jail forever.
Buy safety in suburbia. So that's great for criminals. It's terrible for women and children, men too. But wait. They promise free college for all. Well, forget the house.
Free college for all? What is this, 1975, when people could go to college for free? Do you remember that? Man, in 1975, all the colleges were free. What? What is this? Making America great again? If you want to make America great again, give us free college.
They're going to do that. We've already tried high school education for all that's free. Look at what happened there. With liberals mostly in control, classroom learning has been replaced with pass-through education. So if the left knew how to educate people, Baltimore, Chicago would have fabulous schools, of course.
Fabulous! Hey, man, I don't know if someone should tell Laura Ingraham. Where did Laura Ingraham go to college? I want to know. Where did Laura Ingraham go to college? It was University of Virginia. Oh my gosh, University of Virginia. She went to UVA and Dartmouth. Lord have mercy. She got her bachelor's from Dartmouth in 1985, and then later, for some reason 6 years later, she went to get her JD from University of Virginia Law School in 1991. Now, UVA was started by Thomas Jefferson, right? Like, did they charge a lot of money for people to go to school back then? I thought like the whole thing with Thomas Jefferson was that he wanted to have a democratic representation in education or something. Damn it. Why the fuck didn't my voice thing work? Here we go. How much did the University of Virginia cost when Thomas Jefferson opened it? $60 a year. $60 a year because the system allowed students to choose their own courses. The fee was structured so that $20 went to each professor whose class a student attended. $60 a year. The total cost of tuition and fees for a full academic year came out to $250 with books, dormitory rent, fuel, candles, and books, and room and board. All of that costs $250 to go to. Is that adjusting for inflation? Is that adjusting for inflation? $35. So today, equivalent would cost all in all $8,000 a year. $8,000 a year. UVA. That's where Laura Ingraham went to college. $8,000 a year.
Both have lousy schools. And
I should ask. What if people couldn't afford to go to school in Jeffersonian times? Was there any plan for people to go to UVA way back then? Let's see if they had any UVA. Yes, it was structured a radical plan to send poor students to the university completely for free. His ultimate goal was to create the educational meritocracy that would, in his words, rake the best geniuses from the rubbish of society, ensuring that poverty did not block brilliant minds from leading the nation. However, his grand vision failed because the Virginia legislature repeatedly rejected his public school funding bills. Because of this, his financial aid structure was never fully put into practice during his lifetime. Oh my gosh. So even back then, they tried to have free university at the Jeffersonian University that she went to, University of Virginia.
look, they do promise, you heard Mom Donnie there, housing for all. Well, that sounds great. Until you remember, government can't build much of anything. California's high-speed rail debacle.
Why can't it build much of anything? Why?
And let's not forget Biden's infrastructure bill, where they pushed $7.5 billion to build 500,000 charging ports by 2030. Well, at last count of those 500,000, only 384 had been built.
Yeah, it was a failure. Why did they fail? Why did they fail?
Whopping 70 charging stations. Do the math there. Now, imagine what the government would do to housing if this is their track record. And as for their mandate,
they don't have to build. This thing that government's going to build housing, it's not necessarily the case. The housing for all doesn't mean that you need to build a lot more. A lot of housing sitting vacant. So they could easily say, okay, well, this house has 10 rooms and no one's living there. Only one person's living in this room. This is the house for 10 rooms. No one's living there, or one person's living in there. You don't get to have a 10-room house anymore if you're just one guy. Sorry. We're going to use that. Everybody, we got 10 people that are moving in. Sorry, go fuck yourself. You're a hoarder.
To control rent control. All that means is that no one will be able to invest in fixing up their buildings or build new apartment buildings. Why? Because there's just not enough of an upside. It's called business. So that's another whammy on the working class. Then, as usual, the Medicare for all.
Ooh, it's funny, Daniel. You were the one bringing up history. UVA, he wanted it to be for free. That Jefferson wanted it to be for free, but he couldn't get the funding. It does matter, because all of a sudden that means that Jefferson might have been sort of a communist. Was Thomas Jefferson a communist? He tried and he failed, but he wrote a lot about it. He had a whole system that he wanted to make sure that he can rake the geniuses from the rubbish so that poverty would never be a barrier for education. Strange. Communists. I mean, back in the day, Benjamin Franklin said the same thing. Benjamin Franklin was all about compulsory education and free education for all primary education. Primary and secondary education, free for all. Communist. Was Benjamin Franklin a communist? Because now if you say you want free education, that means you're a communist. That's what that means these days. So I guess all the founding fathers were communists then, right?
Promises. So in that situation, doctors get paid less. The best don't even go into medicine. Even more foreign nurses and doctors, when they're imported, we're going to get to that issue later in the show. When that happens, healthcare ends up being rationed. The working people get hosed. As rich people, what do? Well, they just sign up for concierge care.
Sounds like right now.
And as for the DSA's pledge to greatly reduce military spending, well, what does that do? That just opens the door to China's eventual dominance in our hemisphere, just as Trump is beginning to push them out.
He's pushing them out. Is he pushing them out? It sounds like the Chinese are doing great in South America, doing great things.
And how would living under the CCP actually help our working people?
Probably a lot. I don't know. It definitely wouldn't help the rich. I mean, I don't want to live under the CCP either there, Laura Ingraham. But I mean, drastically reducing we could still have the number one. How does American military spending relate or compare to Chinese military spending per year? Let's see. We outspend the U.S. annually. United States outspends China on defense with the U.S. annual military expenditures at $1.3 trillion. And oh my God, China only reports $336 billion. When adjusted for purchasing power, China's spending is effectively closer to $500 billion, but that equates to 40% of what the United States is spending. So there you go. All right, so maybe we drastically reduce them and we still outspend the Chinese. That's easy. So we go down to 0.75 trillion, $750 billion. I'm in. Let's go down to 750 billion instead of 1.3 trillion, and that's a drastic reduction. I don't think that means the Chinese will win. We'll still outspend them. Don't worry, honey.
Well, and that might be the reason that socialists want to do this. I'd love to live under the socialist rule of the CCP. And the other items in the socialist grab bag, we've already demolished.
What's going on with your makeup, Laura? They did you dirty today? Someone did you dirty, Laura.
The 32-hour work week. Oh, that sounds fun, but that would simply mean more businesses would go under.
What? The fuck? 32 hours? That's... Hold on a second. That's still only like 6.5 hours a day. That's still... With most people are working 7 hours a day. They say 8 hours, but you get an hour for lunch or half hour for lunch. So it's like 7.5 hours. But it's supposed to be, you're supposed to getting a half hour and 2 15-minute breaks. That's what everyone's supposed to get. So an 8-hour day is actually 7 hours of work, which is 35 hours a week. 32-hour work week would be 3 hours under that because of breaks and stuff. 32-hour work week. Fucking, that would make businesses go under? Why would businesses go under? What the fuck are you talking about? This is what people believe?
And of course, if these socialists really wanted to help the average working person, what would they do? Really wanted to help them. They would want
give money to Elon Musk
to learn from the red states where the average working person is doing a lot better comparatively.
What?
Now check out this recent list, 650 CEOs.
Are working people in red states doing better on average than working people in blue states? Laura Ingraham just said that. I want to do a fact check. Depends entirely on which metrics you prioritize. Blue states generally boast higher average wages, lower poverty rates, and stronger state-level social services. However, red states typically offer lower cost of living and greater housing affordability, allowing paychecks to stretch further. All right, so it just depends on how you look at it. That's not very fun. Blue states like Massachusetts and California, the median household incomes are well above the national average. Blue states actually protect their workers with higher state-mandated minimum wages, stronger collective bargaining rights, and broader access to benefits such as paid family leave. Okay. But Texas, Florida, and Tennessee have lower tax burdens. I don't see how they're doing better. It's just like one of those things you can say. I guess it depends on how you look at it. I mean, I don't know, man. I'd much rather live in a blue state than a red state. I'll fucking tell you that much right now. I've been to all the red states. It's rough out there.
Were polled, and they rated the best state.
They think the angels are, man. The angels are with us now.
In which to do business. The top 10.
They're like, y'all want to go meet up at the Walmart? Y'all want to go meet up at the Walmart? That's like their big thing. They all want to go. I was down there at the Walmart looking for a camera. I was down there at the Walmart. Like that's every story starts with. You go to rural South. So I was over there at the Walmart. Every story starts the same. Man, I was over at the Walmart and they got new TVs. Great story, Cletus. Great story, Bobby Joe. Wow. I was over at the Walmart. They were selling puppies in the parking lot. The parking lot had full of puppies. They were selling puppies in the parking lot. Thank you, Billy Bob. What a great story. What happened then? Well, I just bought my Cheetos. Great story. Man, when you live in the South, it's like talking to kindergartners. What's your favorite color? Okay. Now, what's your favorite animal? Oh, okay. How old are you? That many? Who did you vote for? Donald Trump? That's how you talk in the South. That's how every conversation goes.
Including Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, are Republican. They're run by Republicans, except Virginia, which is at number 10, and North Carolina, kind of a purple state at number 5. So money and people, resources are...
What the fuck is this? Best states for business? That doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean it's good for the worker. That means it's good for the business. Virginia, by the way, is not a red state. Virginia is a swing state. It's got a Democrat governor, two Democratic senators, and it went for Obama. I think it went. I can't remember if Virginia went for Trump or Harris, but no, not a red state. Sorry, Harley.
Are pouring into red states. So how do the socialists brush this off? Well, they do so
I love that Virginia and North Carolina too. Like North Carolina also swing state, Virginia swing state.
either by ignoring it or distorting the data or with a little help from their friends. This CNBC report just comes out. They listed the 10 worst states to live in for 2026. All the states on this list, okay, Trump won. Every state except.
Why would you divide them by Trump? I don't understand the worst states. Like, I wouldn't say Tennessee is a Trump state. Like, I've been to Tennessee a lot. Texas is diverse. I've been to Texas a lot. I've been to Oklahoma. Okay, Oklahoma maybe. I mean, Oklahoma's a little bit of an embarrassment, but I mean, come on. Louisiana, Arkansas. I wonder why Mississippi is by far the worst state to live in. I don't know why Mississippi is not the worst. The top 10: Tennessee, Texas, Indiana. Ooh, I'm sorry, Smoking Blondie. Indiana is the worst, third worst state to live in. Louisiana. Yeah, I mean, man, Louisiana's sad. I've been to Louisiana. It's sad. It's a sad place. It should be beautiful, should be wonderful, but it ain't. Georgia, Utah, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, Arkansas.
Georgia in 2020. And the list included 4 of the
I like Georgia. I like all these states. Surprised Mississippi isn't number one.
top 10 states for business. How does that make any sense? Well, they kind of
Because business does not mean. How does that make any sense? They're great for business. They're bad for people. Laura Ingram. Good for business often means bad for humans. Good for business often means bad for humans.
weird calculus there, but this is obviously a blatant effort to dismiss and denigrate more conservative states, but it's really nothing new.
I want places that are optimistic, diverse, dynamic, moving forward. His whole campaign, Make America Great Again, was looking backwards.
Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong. You don't represent our values. You are not New Yorkers.
There are no longer blue states and red states. There are authoritarian states and democracy states.
I mean, there's some truth to that.
Okay, Stacey, sorry about that, babe. The authoritarians, is that what you said? Those are your people who want to control
Really? The Stacey Abrams is an authoritarian?
what kind of car we drive and the settings even on our thermostats. The people who delivered Mamdani.
He asked them nicely to put your ACs at 78. Gets roasted after telling sweltering New Yorkers to set 78? It's 85 degrees at where I live right now. I don't have the AC on. I have fans on because I don't want to spend the money.
In New York City, they try to push Plattner on Maine, but they want you to believe that objective facts don't matter. And that despite socialism's nightmarish results across the globe, that this time it's going to be different. So they're unveiling their official platform tonight online to radically dismantle our country from top to bottom. My message here to Republicans is this. You must seize this opportunity. Elected leaders also must remember that the average working class voters in Western Pennsylvania and Southwest Ohio, they don't really care that much about Iran. I'm not saying it's not important, but they're the people who gave the victory to Trump. They do care, though, about their take-home pay and the cost of living, the cost of gas. And for all of you, if you're apathetic about voting this November, think about how much worse your life will be, your family's life will be, if these DSA bozos ever took control. And that's the angle.
Yeah, well, look out for the DSA bozos who want to make the world better for working class people. Business is good for people. No, it's not. Business is not good for people. Pro-business does not mean great for people. That means great for Walmart. That's what that means. It's not good for businesses. It's good for big business. Republicans love demolishing all the mom and pop places and putting in a Walmart. That's what they've done. Go to any place that's like ultra conservative. Their downtowns are fucking dead. There's nothing there. Now, I guess you could say that in the cities in America where that are flourishing, they got problems too. They got homeless problems. They got crime problems. They got city problems because people still live there. There's a reason why red cities, why these cities that are conservatives, why there's no crime. Nobody's fucking living there. There's nobody there. I've been to places all over America. Go even like Tulsa, Oklahoma. What a cool looking town. You go there, it's beautiful. Like these cool Art Deco art structures and everything. Nobody's there. It's a fucking ghost town. Like, how many people live in Tulsa now? How many people live in Tulsa, Oklahoma? 400,000. Like, that ain't many people. 48th most populous in the United States. The broader Tulsa metropolitan is 1 million. They always do that. You know, that's like Albuquerque is a 500,000. Then the greater metropolitan area is 1 million. But like, I'm sure it has low crime. There's nobody. It's just like there's not much going on. There's no businesses downtown. It's like, and then you go there and it's just like it's kind of just a dead town, man. It's such a cool city. You walk around, it's beautiful. They got the Woody Guthrie Museum there, and like, man, I love. They got public parks. It's beautiful. They do have homeless people, but not like they don't like the tents and shit all over the place like over in California. But there's homeless people walking around, shuffling around and shit. But like, I don't know. It's hot as fuck. Every time I've been to Tulsa, it's hot as fuck. But I mean, come on. Who wants to live there? Come to LA. We got problems. Come to LA. We got big problems in LA. Come on. Come one, come all. How many people live in LA now? Like 15 million?
While I reviewed the data that came out this morning on CPI, and it was positive relative to expectations, I'm not for cherry picking. I'm not going to show up here and say mission accomplished. And what I'd say is there's plenty of work to do.
All right, that was Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh testifying yesterday before the House Financial Services Committee. His comments coming after the release of a better-than-expected inflation report. Let's bring in former Treasury official and Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner, who has charts on yesterday's
Oil. Okay, let's look at these charts. I like these charts.
Inflation data and oil prices, and there's a lot to cover.
Yeah, Steve, really quickly before you get into all of this, Kevin Warsh was a deficit hawk in previous incarnations. And then when President Trump wanted him to come on board, he started sounding more like a dove. But is there reason to believe right now that sort of that hawk that he's always been, a man who understands that the last thing you want is inflation kind of getting out of the barn door? Is that who he is again?
Yeah, I think so, Joe. I think he was very clear in his testimony, and I've been talking to some other Fed officials who say the same thing, which is that basically the Fed remains completely committed to getting back to 2% inflation, which is not nearly where we are at the moment, and that is going to mean higher interest rates, probably not at their meeting in July, but later this year. That's what the market is now expecting. It's flipped from before the war. We thought interest rates were going to keep coming down. Now we think they're going to go up a bit in the course of this year, and the Fed remains committed to 2%. So yes, I agree with you.
Dan, they think it's going to go up. I'm glad I sold my house.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to your charts. The first one looking at inflation and how it's impacting workers, Steve.
Right. So here's the point. We did get a somewhat better than expected inflation reading, as the chairman said yesterday. But to Joe's point, inflation is still running 3.5% above where it was last year, obviously largely because of oil prices and the war. But nonetheless, that's where it is. The other piece of good news in the number was that wages are also up 3.5%. So essentially, for the first time since the war started, consumers are not losing more ground, but they do remain underwater, so to speak, relative to where they were before the war in terms of purchasing power. Now, obviously, not all consumers are the same. We have obviously people at higher and lower incomes. And so the effect of this is different. And so here's a little data point to show you how it works kind of in the real world. This is a study by the New York Fed on gasoline purchases. And what it shows is that for higher, lower, and middle income people, gasoline purchases have been fairly tight and constant until you had the Iran war started. And then there's been a divergence here where high-income Americans have maintained roughly their level of gas purchases. They've essentially absorbed the higher prices, whereas middle and lower-income families have had to cut back on their gas purchases. They've had to carpool more, take public transit, or otherwise simply just not use their car quite as much. So an average, but definitely different impacts.
Steve, let's talk more specifically in your second chart about gas prices and why they are still up. They have ticked down since the beginning of the war, since that $4.50 a gallon, but still way higher than they were before the war began.
Yeah, there's an expression economists sometimes use, up like a rocket, down like a feather, in terms of how prices can move. So again, you can see gas prices quite closely tracking oil prices from before the war and even during much of the war as we got to this peak of $4.50 in gas prices. But now crude oil prices came down all the way back to where they were at one point, $72 a barrel. Now they're at 85, but gas never got all the way back down there. Part of it is the reason that I said that simply retailers of gasoline are trying not to lower their prices, as probably most businessmen would try not to do. But also you've had refinery disruptions and other supply disruptions that have affected refined products like gasoline more than crude oil. But nonetheless, as you know, the U.S. is an oil exporter. We actually produce more oil than we use. And so higher oil prices do benefit our oil companies. And you can see here the impact. This is an index of oil companies.
That's such a fucked up way of looking at it. We export more oil than we use. That's true. But we export light crude and we import heavy crude. That's a really important distinction. That's why we fight wars for oil, because they got the heavy good shit that we want. It'd be like difference between, I don't know, 24 karat gold and 5 karat gold. If all you could get out of the earth was 5 karat gold, that's not how gold works, but just bear with me. If you could only get 5 karat gold and that's all you could produce, you would try to export as much of that shit as possible and import as much of the 24 karat gold so that you can convert your big supply of 5 karat gold and get the good shit that you want, right? You've got a lot of the stuff you don't want, and you only need a little bit of the good shit. So you mine all the goods, the bad shit, you try to sell a lot of it, and then you import a small amount because that's the stuff you really want. That's how the oil market in America works. They always say this shit like, we export, we're a net exporter of oil. Yeah, that's true of oil, but not all oil is created equal. Some of it refines differently. It's for different purposes. You get me? You got me? Good.
Companies, U.S. oil companies, you can see their stock prices are up almost 28% this year. They're making a lot more money from higher crude oil and higher gasoline prices. This is the S&P, up 9.6%. This is the famous Magnificent Seven, the Metas and Googles and so forth of the world, up 2.7%. And these are wages, up 1.3%. So in terms of winners and losers from all this, I think the record is pretty clear.
As you move to your third chart, we'll tell our viewers the United States military now has reimposed that naval blockade of ships traveling to and from Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. The blockade had been lifted last month after the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, but now back on again as fighting flares. Iran's Revolutionary Guard threatened yesterday to halt all energy exports from the Middle East over that reinstated blockade. President Trump initially had said he also would impose a 20% toll on ships passing through the strait in exchange for providing security, but he walked that back just yesterday, claiming fees will instead be replaced by investments from Gulf allies. So, Steve, how does all this back and forth, this chaos, this uncertainty affect oil prices and how people who work in this business project where those prices will be?
Yeah, so as we talked about, Willie, oil prices are the fundamental ingredient that has been driving our inflation, and therefore, obviously, what is going on in the Strait of Hormuz, where at 1.20% of the world's oil pass, is very important. So let's put this in a little bit of very recent historical context and look at the Strait of Hormuz. Before the war, 60, 70 ships a day passed through the strait. And then it went essentially to zero.
How could we recover from this?
Zero. But interestingly, even during the MOU, when we were theoretically the strait was open and we were kind of at quote peace, if you will, with Iran, it never got anywhere back to where it was. And now we're back to zero. So that, of course, has affected the market's pricing of oil and perception of future oil prices. Here's where we were before the war, $72, shot up well over $100 when the war started. When we had the MOU and brief peace, it went back actually all the way to $72. And now it's at 85. And so we are looking at higher oil prices as the strait remains closed. And if it were to remain closed for longer, you would see oil prices go up. The other point to make here is that as you go out, the market does not believe oil prices in the next several years at least are going to get back to where they were before the war. There's been a lot of infrastructure destruction. Trump is now muttering about bombing Karg Island, in Iran, which would be a huge problem. And so we should expect that oil prices will stay higher for longer.
Like that's the plan. Like it's never going back down. So Donald Trump's plan to get it down 50% in the first year obviously was blown. Second year, not going to happen. The market thinks it's never coming back down. That's the numbers, guy. Those are the numbers. Just get used to high gas prices, I guess. You're cooked. You're cooked.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche will face the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I don't know, man. I would pay to see that. Trump bragged that he likes high gas prices because his Barron buddies are making a lot of money. I think that's exactly the problem. The old market manipulation trick. Exactly. The old market manipulation trick. Indeed. I'm going to bomb Karg Island. I just don't know how this ends well for any of us, right? I feel like my plan is just to buy a house and try to live. And try to plan to have my own, at least I'll have that taken care of. So it's going to be hard to take that away from me because I own the land as well. But it could get really fucked up really quickly, Like if you're a renter right now, they could kick you out any moment. The second they feel like you're just a little too inconvenient for them. And if gas prices keep going up and you're stuck and you're renting, you got to start making decisions between going to work and paying for gasoline or rent or food for your kids. But they don't care about any of that. Donald Trump doesn't care about your kids. Democrats won't do anything because they're pussies. That's exactly right, Ryan. Yes, that's why Democrats their days are numbered. Their days are numbered. I made a comment about someone's titties. I'm so sexist. So you made comments about titties? I missed the titty comment. Damn, I missed it. I try to pay attention. I missed it.
for his confirmation hearing to lead the Department of Justice. And he's expected to face tough questions on the now defunct $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. A federal judge this week called the lawsuit, which led to that fund, an effort to, quote, manipulate the judicial process. And Senate Democrats are also expected to call on an Epstein survivor to testify at today's hearing. Survivors of Epstein's abuse have released a series of PSAs doubting Blanche's credibility to carry out the role after personal details were leaked with the release of the files. At the time, he was Deputy Attorney General.
Todd Blanche failed us. He failed victims everywhere. We deserve better. Our country deserves better. Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General. Vote no. 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 Vote no on Todd Blanche.
I gotta be honest, man. If the Epstein victims made a video about me, I would be so embarrassed. I couldn't look. I'd be. Oh my God! If the Epstein victims make a video about you, you've done something wrong in your life. You know what I mean? They all got together and made this video just to call you out for being a slime bucket. I mean, God damn, bro. I mean, no siree. I would not be happy about that one bit. I think that this might be the new thing. Maybe we could just get them together. Let's just get them to weigh in on everything now. I mean, let's start their own party. We'll call them the, I don't know, Little St. John's Party or something like that. Little St. John's Party, and we'll get them to make the decisions for America from now on. How bad could they do? So far, all the ownership class, the Epstein and Trump class, they're the ones in charge for so long, and we've gotten nowhere. We've gotten nowhere fast. But maybe put these ladies in charge. I like this. Let's have them just make. I'm just going to vote however they tell me from now on, because I think that they could be better guides than whatever's happening.
Joining us now in the group chat,
Right
Jess
now.
Michaels, one of the survivors of Epstein. I think I saw you in that video. And there's a couple issues I think survivors have had with Blanche. One is when the department released files, they had redacted all of the potential abusers and somehow unredacted all of your faces and names and images, right? So there's that. And then around this time last year, Blanche interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. And after that, she was transferred to a lower security prison. And he was asked a while back about the goals of that interview. And here's what he said.
The point of the interview was not for me to pressure test every single answer she gave. Of course not. The point of the interview was to give her an opportunity to speak, which...
Okay, but you put her in the puppy prison, right? You put her in the prison where they get the caviar and puppies, though, right? That was you? That was you who did that?
Nobody had done before. And so she had been in prison for many, many years. And she had offered to speak on many, many occasions.
Many, many years. How many years has Ghislaine Maxwell been in prison? Eight years. No, not even. Ghislaine Maxwell, 4 years. 4 years. She's been in prison for 4 years. He went to go talk to her in 2025, right? What the fuck? She'd been in prison for many, many years. She's been in prison for 4 years. She had been in prison for 2 years when he got to her. What are you talking about?
And she was never given that opportunity.
Is this one of the sources?
She's never been giving it up. We need to give Ghislaine Maxwell more opportunities. That's what's wrong in America. We need to give our pedophiles more opportunities. They don't have enough. Donald Trump just hasn't had enough opportunities.
Of your frustration with him, or is there something more?
Well, it really is the second sweetheart deal in this case, right? It replicates exactly, very similarly what Epstein got. So it's very frustrating that Ghislaine Maxwell is getting more protection, more attention from the DOJ than any of the victims. I mean, 9 hours with her and we've had 0.
Here's what he said when people were asking him, hey, are there going to be any other investigations? What more could there be? He said this.
He was with her for 9 hours.
In February.
I can't talk about any investigations, but I will say the following, which is that in July, the Department of Justice said that we had reviewed the files, the quote Epstein files, and there was nothing in there that allowed us to prosecute anybody. And there's a lot of correspondence, there's a lot of emails, there's a lot of photographs, there's a lot of horrible photographs that appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein.
Okay, so then prosecute the people in those photos.
Or people around him, but that doesn't allow us necessarily to prosecute somebody.
What? You got emails, photos, you got witnesses. Sounds like a pretty, I mean, at least enough to indict somebody. I mean, at least put someone on trial. At least pretend like you give a shit about the pedophiles.
What is it that you would expect under a Blanche Justice Department, different from a Bondi Justice Department? Or is the issue Trump?
I don't know whether the issue is Trump. I mean, Blanche is Trump's personal criminal attorney, so we can make an assumption there. What I know is that Pam Bondi said that Blanche was in charge of the release of these files, and so he is responsible for the.
Look at this picture of Look at this picture of Blanche, just like, oh God, why did I do to? Why am I sitting next to this dude who smells like diapers?
Egregious mistakes that were made.
Look at this. Oh God. Imagine having to sit next to Donald Trump. It's like, I have made so many wrong decisions in my life. I'm sitting next to this fucking fascist. I'm going down with this guy. I hope he stays in power, or else we're all going to jail.
And that have never been addressed. When he says there's nothing to investigate, this is what I'd like to ask you. If there are 6 million files collected over 20 years, to the point where in 2015, a DEA task force, literal cartel hunters, joined in across multiple departments working on this, spending millions of taxpayer dollars, and he's saying it was for 2 people.
I think at a certain point, the administration has been hoping that this would go away.
Yes.
It seems pretty clear. Terry, will it, or does every time someone like this comes up and Jess comes up and says, hey, don't forget about us, it doesn't go away?
Well, I certainly hope it doesn't go away, at least until we get justice for the victims. And I think there's a lot of people that agree with me. And
do you think the administration believes that? If they're saying there's nothing more to investigate, do you see an administration that says there's more justice to be gotten?
I don't. I would say that there are people within the administration that do want to get justice here. But we have to remember, 20 years, 6 million files. This is a failure, not of Todd Blanche, not of Donald Trump. This is a failure of every single FBI administration, every single...
Oh, yeah. It's everybody's fault. It's everybody's fault, which means it's nobody's fault. It's everybody's fault. Okay, well, now we all know. And the guy in power is in the files a lot. So, maybe not make that guy's personal sex crimes attorney general. That'd be cool.
DOJ official, every single president since then.
We've said it's 5 administrations. In fact, this is just falling in line.
Yes.
So that's the problem. They think, oh, well, we released files. No, you actually created the exact same situation that we've said over and over again for decades, that no one is investigating what we're telling them.
Yeah, Jess used the phrase sweetheart deals, and I want to follow up on that because the whole debate over the Trump administration settlement with the IRS is that was kind of a sweetheart deal, that the administration settled with itself, and in that settlement gave itself money and, all kinds of privileges, no audits, for example. Do they foresee a Blanche being on the defense for the whole day today for more than even what Pam Bondi had to deal with?
Am I in for the revolution? Are you fucking kidding me? I've been saying for years. Hold on, let me listen. I still don't hear the wheels of those guillotines. Let me know. Squeak, 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 squeak. When I hear that, I'm going to be like, I'll be in the streets with you. Squeak, 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 squeak. That's the noise of the guillotines coming out, the wheels underneath the guillotines being wheeled out in the streets. Sure. Let's go.
I definitely believe that Blanchett's going to be on the defense. He's been preparing for this moment. I think he will get a lot of questions about that fund. Tom Tillis, senator from North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. What about the fund? This fund. Remember when he wanted to have a fund for all of the Epstein villains and the and all the J6 guys? They want a fund. Donald Trump wants what was it? $1.776 billion. Was that what it was? Or no, it was $17 billion. What was it? I forget now. I can't even remember how much money this dude's stealing. Was it $17.76 billion? Was that what he wanted for all of his Epstein friends?
Some breaking news just coming into the New York Times. The Justice Department has taken the highly aggressive move of issuing subpoenas.
I don't know why, but I think that JD Vance is ruining beards for men. Like a beard used to be kind of a masculine thing, but now JD Vance has one, and he looks like he looks like he rubbed his face in a couch cushion after your mom stood up and went to go get a drink, and your mom stood up and go get a glass of water, and JD Vance scrubbed his face where she was sitting on the couch. Like, this is JD Vance, right? JD Vance has a beard. He looks horrible. I hate the fact that JD Vance has a beard. I never want to grow a beard again because it reminds me of JD Vance. JD Vance and that beard is like Adolf Hitler with that little mustache. That little mustache is a cool little mustache, but no one's allowed to have him anymore except for Michael Jordan. He's the only one. Michael Jordan's the only one allowed to have him. Even your friend Charlie Chaplin changed his mustache after Hitler did it. He ruined it for everybody. Everyone liked that little mustache until Hitler. Now everyone liked beards. Everyone thought beards were cool until JD Vance had one.
Peanuts to the law firms. The Trump.
I look at this guy. I'm like, ugh, this guy kind of reminds me of JD Vance for some reason. It's the beard.
Administration cut deals with at the beginning of his second term and is demanding that their leaders sit for depositions before Justice Department lawyers, according to a copy of one of the subpoenas reviewed by the New York Times and 4 people familiar with the matter. Here's why this is happening. According to the Times, the American Bar Association filed a lawsuit that sought to stop Trump's campaign to punish law firms. As part of that suit, the association wanted the White House to hand over internal documents.
You can get another couch, Eddie Murphy. Charlie Murphy, Eddie Murphy. You can get another couch. Fuck your couch.
and communications about the agreements made with those law firms. But now, the Trump Justice Department has essentially flipped the script and is trying to obtain the same information from those law firms about their deals with the administration. Thankfully, we have.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, become a channel member. Sky City Rebels, please become a Sky City Rebel right now. It's time. It's time. It's time. Let's do it. Donald Trump is subpoenaing law firms and the New York Times, saying that you're not allowed to talk about me in the New York Times.
A lawyer here at the table, Michael Steele, Georgetown Law School. What's up?
This is your tripwire, folks. So the long and short of this, and just reading very quickly through what this is about, that you had this matter come from the American Bar Association. They wanted information on the relationship and the deals that were cut between these law firms, the likes of Kirkland and Ellis, the capitulators, all these firms, and Donald Trump administration. And so part of that is going to lead to some deposition and release of this information potentially. What the administration is doing, having the DOJ do, is intercede with the subpoena to see exactly what documents those law firms have. They want to get their hands on those documents before they're publicly released through the court system for whatever reasons they may have. And so they're gumming up this process now because the judge hasn't made a decision on whether or not to allow this to go forward, that request for these documents to go forward, that the American Bar Association. But it's odd that the DOJ wants to jump in and show its hand by saying, no. We want to see all the documents that you are being requested to give in this other matter.
They also want to question the leaders of the four firms that have fought the administration, including the leader of Perkins Coie, the leader of Jenner and Block, the leader of Wilmer Hale, and the leader of and Kalpana and Sussman Godfrey, all these lawyers. Let me just read this part from the reporting. During the presidential transition, before Trump's second term, allegations arose that Mr. Epstein asked prospective political appointees to pay him a retainer to promote their prospects at Mr. Trump's Florida estate in Mar-a-Lago. The allegations prompted Trump to ask his incoming White House counsel to conduct a review of the claims. According to Regime Change, a new book by the Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, the incoming White House counsel David Warrington delivered a scathing warning about Mr. Epstein. Epstein's contact must be stopped.
I got to read this book.
And his employment and proximity to President Trump should be terminated, Mr. Warrington wrote. Otherwise, his conduct will likely lead to, at best, a scandal involving the incoming Trump administration, and at worst, could lead to criminal indictments. George Epstein.
He's currently serving as one of the president's personal lawyers. He's all up in this. The reality of this is it's a hot mess. They're trying to control the outcome here as best as they can.
The reality of it is,
and these law firms that capitulated, guess what?
That's the thing.
How have you advanced the ball?
That's the whole point. You're these big, high-powered lawyers. You get thousands of dollars an hour, and you've bent the knee to President Trump, and you thought.
This is the thing. Everyone bends the knee now. That's what America is. America bends the knee. It used to be "Don't tread on me," and now it's "Tread on me, Daddy." That's what it is now. Tread on me, Daddy. That's the way we are with the state. Americans, a bunch of bootlickers, genuflectors.
You're gonna get out clean.
A bunch of genuflectors.
And finally, I just have a few seconds left. I heard Senator Coons when I come in talk about code of ethics, and I just want to reiterate that. As my colleagues.
Good thing. Maybe we need a code of ethics for these Supreme Court justices. Maybe we need some kind of repercussions when they break the rules. Maybe we need something. Maybe then Amy Coney Barrett can stop complaining about, death threats.
Have pointed out that code is self-enforced, and it is a weaker code of conduct than one all the lower courts have been held to. For example, it essentially allows justices to decide for themselves whether or not they are engaging in a political activity or accepting inappropriate gifts. I know you've been asked this both in the House, and a number of people here have mentioned it, but I want to add my name and voice to the fact that we need, and our constituents need, to know that you have a code of ethics, that you are held to high standards, because that again is about transparency, and it is about returning confidence to the court decisions that are being made. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Look, if there's one thing that is clear, it's that Donald Trump's incapable of letting anything go. He does not care that his pursuits are unpopular with the American people and a drag on his party's re-election chances, and in many parts of the country. He doesn't care that his efforts have failed over and over again. He'll just keep improvising new ways to push his agenda. And some of the documents under consideration for release Thursday relate to Georgia's 2020 results and the Senate runoffs that followed, according to two people familiar with the plans. That suggests Trump may use his address to call into question the elections of Georgia's Democratic Senators Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock ahead of a crucial midterm election in that state. How insane is that? I wonder what Jon Ossoff has to say about all of that. Joining me now is Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff of Georgia. He's a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Okay, there's so much to be said here, but why do you think Trump is giving this speech, and why now?
Because he doesn't want people to vote.
So before we get to this matter,
the thing is, what's crazy about the voters' rights thing, they talk so much about it that a lot of people aren't going to vote because they think that they're going to have to show their birth certificate. So a lot of people just won't go vote because they think, because the way it works, the way the media landscape works, they say a lot of shit and not all of it filters down to everybody, right? So it's like static. And that static will sound like, oh, you need 5 forms of identification in order to go vote now. And so people just won't vote. It'll be a thing. You'll hear this. Oh, I didn't vote because I didn't know I was allowed to anymore. wait. I mean, literally in 2024, one of the most Googled things on November 5th, the day we voted, was, is Joe Biden running for president? And he wasn't. But people were Googling that 180 days after Joe Biden had abdicated. People don't understand what's happening. So it's going to happen where people are going to Google, am I allowed to vote with my driver's license or whatever? That's what's going to happen.
Of the president potentially declaring sitting senators illegitimate. Just take a step back.
Yes, go ahead.
I like this setup. I'm trying to set up. I want to set up my new YouTube. I want to do a show like with guests and stuff. And I want to set up something like this. I don't know how to do it yet, but I want to do something like, I'm always looking at people's setups. I like this little table.
And look at the situation. You've got the American public broadly furious with the president for war and tariffs and healthcare cuts that are making everything more expensive. This palpable anger that he doesn't care about the cost of living crisis. He's more concerned with lining his own pockets. And so now he's pivoting, with the election just a few months away, from ballroom obsession to election conspiracy theory obsession. This is politically disastrous for Republicans in Georgia. Remember, the most popular Republican elected official in Georgia is Governor Brian Kemp. He's popular precisely because he didn't help Donald Trump steal the 2020 election. Remember that it's our Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, that Donald Trump badgered and bullied to, quote, find the votes Donald Trump needed to win a state that Donald Trump had lost.
Votes, everybody.
Donald Trump tried to commit voter fraud in Georgia in 2021. My opponent, Mike Collins, on the other hand, is a dyed-in-the-wool election denier, Trump loyalist, Trump puppet who launched his general election campaign reaffirming his commitment to the big lie that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. And if folks want to help me defeat this MAGA fanatic congressman in Georgia, it's electjon.com.
Okay, so let's go back to Georgia, as you just outlined. You've lived it. He's kind of obsessed with Georgia. Trump is. It's also, he just went in and took voting machines from Fulton County, sent Tulsi Gabbard in there. We all remember her lurking behind the pillars there. Why is he obsessed with Georgia? Why?
In my view, he's obsessed with Georgia because he can't get over the fact that it was black voters and black political power who were instrumental to his defeat in Georgia and a number of crucial battleground states. But look, there's talk that he might try to declare me and Raphael Warnock illegitimate senators. Obviously, the president has no power to do that, but he does have the power to try to intimidate people. He's demonstrated his will to abuse power. I expect him to use whatever he puts out there on Thursday as a pretext either for some attempted unconstitutional use of federal power to interfere in the election, or to give his proxies and loyalists in state and local jurisdictions some cover for whatever they might attempt, or to lay the groundwork for challenging the result. And the bottom line is that this is a real and live threat to voting rights in the United States right now, and perhaps the most significant we've faced since the 1960s. And I'm asking folks again to help me defend voting rights and get out the vote in Georgia at electjon.com.
So you just talked about something I think is really important for people to remember. This speech is not just a speech and then it ends. This speech is a part of an ongoing effort.
It's interesting. I think right now, do you remember back in the day, there was this big movement, rock the vote, rock the vote. Everybody's just got to vote. And it wasn't partisan. It was just like young people need to vote. And Republicans hated that because young people generally vote more lefty or liberal or Democrat. And they were like, rock the vote is just MTV trying to get young people to vote Democrat. It was a big thing. And now MTV doesn't do that shit anymore. Rock the vote, I don't even think exists anymore. But maybe that's what we need. We need to rock the vote. Just get out and vote. Because the dream is that democracy, right? Get out and fucking vote. Now, I don't really think voting changes much. And if it did, it'd be illegal. But I don't think we can have a democracy if people don't vote. I don't know how we could do it. I don't think we can ever get to where I want to go if people don't vote. If you don't at least try. I don't know. Do you think we should vote? Let me see. Do you think people should vote? Not if they should be able to vote, but do you think people should vote? Should everyone vote? I think everyone should vote. I think you should be required to vote, as far as I'm concerned. You have to. Sorry, you live here, you got to vote, and it's I mean everybody, 15 and older. 15 and over, you have to vote, or you got to pay me $50. You got to vote, or you got to pay me $50. Everyone has to vote, and you get the day off. You get the day off. Everyone's got to get out there and vote.
For him to delegitimize, disenfranchise voters, and to spread conspiracy theories. So let's just dig into what you just talked about what could be next, because you've been paying close attention to this. He gives this speech. First of all, are you worried that he's going to mention Georgia and try to push conspiracy theories out there, potentially?
Look, his obsession with Georgia hurts Georgia Republicans. I mean, this is not a political winner for Congressman Mike Collins. Mike Collins, if he knows what's good for him, he already has to defend voting to double health insurance premiums for 1 million Georgians. I doubt he wants to spend the next 4 months dealing with
Jess, I hate voting for the two turds too. It's like a hostage situation. But that's because no one votes in the primaries, right? That's why we get 2 turds, because nobody votes in the primaries. But you could vote third party. You don't have to vote for one of the shining turds. If everyone had to vote, you might actually get more third party candidates with a little more steam. That could happen. I don't know. Who knows what would happen if everybody voted? I hate voting for the shiniest of 2 turds. It's bullshit. I feel like I have a gun to my head and it's like, drink the piss or eat the shit. It's your choice. Okay, Democrats or Republicans. Well, I guess I'll drink piss. I guess I'll have to. But I'm never going to vote for another Republican in office. And again, I don't think so. Especially for president, maybe for like state legislature. But I'm never voting for another Democrat for president ever again. Fuck them.
So we are now learning ICE agents responded to a Wawa on State Road 16 in St. Augustine early this morning. According to Florida Highway Patrol, 4 people.
Pedestrian killed is a nice way of saying ICE murdered this guy.
In the car ran from the area when encountering ICE and Homeland Security investigators.
And while running away, the 28-year-old man crossed the road and was hit. He died on the scene. We've discovered this is the 3rd death involving ICE in a week across the country.
Our Christina Burgess is following the story. She joins us now live. So Christina, what have you learned?
Well, Heather and Anthony, the scene is now clear from this morning, but in the last couple of hours, we did learn from Florida Highway Patrol that 28-year-old man was fleeing across this busy state road that's to my left when he was hit by that semi-truck. The Florida Highway Patrol also telling us that ICE and Homeland Security investigation agents responded to this Wawa on State Road 16 right before 7 this morning. Troopers say that 4 people inside a vehicle ran from the area after encountering the agents. Investigators say that one of those individuals, a 28-year-old man, ran across State Road 16 and into the path of an oncoming semi-truck. The driver of that truck did stop immediately and try to render aid, but the man died at the scene. The Florida Highway Patrol is investigating the fatal crash. And while any questions about the federal encounter are being referred to ICE and Homeland Security at this time. And First Coast News, we did reach out to ICE earlier this afternoon, and they did tell us that they are expecting to release a statement from the.
I like that they're doing this thing now where every time there's a camera break, so bling, bling, where they do this little noise. When did they start doing that? A lot of news stations are doing that. That wasn't like that when I was a kid. Bling. It's like, pay attention. Bling. Okay, pay attention to the news, everybody. Pay attention. Bling. They murdered another person.
Department of Homeland Security shortly when we receive that statement, and more information we'll bring it to you here at First Coast News. Reporting.
ICE agents killed this fucking kid. They chased his ass, and he got hit by a car and died right there in front of everybody, right in the street.
Live in St. Augustine, Christina Burgess, First Coast News on your side.
St. Augustine, man, that's sad. Florida, they're killing people. It's all over now. They kill people in Minnesota, Maine, Texas. They kill people in Florida. They're killing people all over. Minnesota, Maine, Florida, Texas, California. They're killing people. Just killing people. Remember in California, they shot that kid in the face. Now he only has one eye. Remember that? Gestapo's cooking. They're cooking, guys. It's getting hot outside. It's always happens in the summers, man. They get cooking. In Minnesota, it was an anomaly because it was snowy. I think they thought that they could just do whatever they wanted because it was snowy. People thought people weren't going to come out in the snow. They came out. They came out in the snow. They came out in the snow, everybody. We have the Second Amendment for this. I mean, we do have the Second Amendment for this. We do have it. I mean, I'm a practicer of my Second Amendment. Do you practice your Second Amendment? Do you exercise that right?
The Trump administration is dropping its attempts to.
I love this guy. I don't even know what this guy's name. This guy's so funny.
Freeze $10 billion in funding for child care and social services in states.
Such a hardcore journalist, just a Colorado newsman. Put this guy in national news.
Led by Democrats. The feds had been claiming, without offering evidence, that there was massive fraud in those states. In early January, the Trump administration announced a freeze on funding for temporary assistance for needy families, TANF. In Colorado, TANF provides temporary cash assistance, job training, and other support to low-income families with children. The freeze also impacted payments to the Child Care and Development Fund, which helps families in need access child care. Colorado gets more than $130 million a year from those federal grants, which serve 14,000 families in our state. The Trump administration claimed that Democrats in 5 states, including Colorado, were allowing fraud. A judge temporarily blocked Trump's freeze after states sued. Now CNN is reporting the Trump administration is dropping the restrictions on funding and withdrawing its request for information on whether those programs also benefited immigrants in this country without authorization.
Tomorrow, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche returns.
I don't know what to say about that, right? They're cutting people's health care everywhere, and they don't we're gonna have people dying in the street. How long until we're stealing bread? I don't mind stealing bread.
Before the Senate Judiciary Committee, seeking confirmation to serve permanently as the nation's top law enforcement official. It's his second confirmation hearing for a senior Justice Department role, but the first since overseeing a series of controversial decisions, including high-profile investigations and indictments, as well as the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files. Our Justice correspondent, Ali Rogan, looks at Blanche's unlikely rise to the department's top job.
The president's former lawyer.
I have stood next to and defended President Trump as partisan prosecutors and politicians abused our legal system.
This guy, I can't believe he could say anything with if he fucks me in my ass, I'll say I love him. Remember when he said that shit? He didn't say fuck me in the ass. He said if he fires me, sends me, I said I love you, sir. I love you, sir. Who the like this guy's gonna be attorney general?
Now nominated to be
he's worse than Matt Gaetz. Can we get Matt Gaetz? Is it too late to call Matt Gaetz? Is it too late to call Matt Gaetz to have him come in?
The people's lawyer full-time after 3 months as acting attorney general. His path to get here, improbable. Growing up in a blue-collar Denver suburb, taking night classes at Brooklyn Law School while working as a paralegal. At one time, a registered Democrat who worked in the Southern District of New York's Violent Crimes Division for...
It's trendy to hate the top 1%, but your problems come from the bottom 2%? Really? The bottom 2%? The politically vulnerable and powerless? Oh, those people with no power? Yeah, they're the ones. Yeah, those people with no power, they're the problem. Those people with zero power.
8 years.
He was a great teammate, trial partner.
Mimi Rocha was his colleague there.
He was a tenacious investigator. He liked to build cases, particularly cases involving drugs and guns and international narcotics and gangs and things like that.
He then moved to private practice, representing Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, in a mortgage fraud case. Then,
remember when Paul Manafort went to jail? Remember all those people went to jail?
Following a call from Trump himself, Blanche left his white-collar firm to join Trump's defense in the first ever criminal trial of a former U.S. president. Yeah. Financial Times reporter Joe Miller says...
And he was convicted.
At the time, Blanche was not politically motivated.
Todd Blanche wasn't just a Democrat.
But Todd Blanche lost.
He was quite a committed Democrat. In fact, his children like to remind him that on the day that Hillary Clinton lost, Todd Blanche even shed a tear. But he also knew that many of his friends in the white-collar bar had refused to work with Donald Trump and that Donald Trump was running out of options, so to speak.
Trump was found guilty on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records stemming from hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Blanche led Team Trump's outcry.
I love that they all used to be Democrats. Donald Trump used to be a Democrat. When the Democrats had power, they were Democrats. Now the Republicans have power. Now they're Republicans. It doesn't matter. It's whoever's in power. These fucking sycophants, they follow wherever the power is. If it's Nazis tomorrow, they'll become Nazis. If it's Democratic Socialists tomorrow, they'll become Democratic Socialists. But I was like that the whole time. I always was here for the working class. Yeah, I want the working class to be. You got to be careful about these people. You got to be careful about the people. It's not that everyone has to pass a purity test, but you got to be careful about the people that are always squirming their way into the halls of power in order to have to lord something over somebody else. There's always going to be those guys. You got to kill those guys. Sorry. Until you can take away the means by which they rise. And that's how you have to get rid of capitalism in order to make them powerless. But the problem is until you get there, and you gotta chop heads. That's the only way. You gotta take away their power. Then you have to eliminate the means by which they achieve power. Because, for example, if nobody cares about gold and silver, right? Because it's stupid. If nobody cares about gold and silver and somebody comes into your neighborhood and says, hey, if you slave for me all day, I'll give you some gold and silver, everyone in your neighborhood will say, yeah, go fuck yourself. If somebody comes in and says, I'm going to give you a piece of land, when all of a sudden you're like, no, we all own the land. What do you mean? You can't give me land. So you have to take away the things that build power so that no one can have too much of it. But until you get there, until you can eliminate how they get to power, you have to take it from them.
And later appealed the convictions.
I very much believe that the jury should have found President Trump not guilty.
He also represented Trump in the federal classified documents and election obstruction cases, both of which were ultimately dismissed.
Blanche started to take on more of the Trump mannerisms, going on long rants within the court, sometimes interrupting the judge, pushing in his...
It's like Donald Trump has a brain worm that infects these people.
Briefs the boundaries of legal discourse.
Days after the president's 2024 election win, he announced Blanche's nomination as Deputy Attorney General. How has he evolved?
What the hell, Andrew? Are you a Russian bot? Left and right refer to how controlled an economy is. Hitler is to the left of Democrats.
Your estimation since joining President Trump's defense team?
I wouldn't say
it's like Okay, so Hitler was a National Socialist. You understand? Hitler believed in socialism, which is the prioritization of public need over private profit. But he thought through fascism, which is corporate and public cooperation, that he could achieve the benefiting the public. Now, where National Socialism comes in versus democratic socialism is that instead of considering the public, everyone, the public, the people you're benefiting are only these people, these very elite class, or just anyone that you determine is elite. In this case, it was the white Aryan, the Christian national, and the white Christian nationalism. That's National Socialism, basically. You want to collectively get something for your team and your team only. National Socialism. Donald Trump is a National Socialist. And he's a fascist because National Socialism is fascism. It's like hand in glove. It's basically the same thing, sort of the same thing.
It's so much an evolution as what seems to be a transformation. What we were taught to value in the Southern District of New York was to do the right thing, to seek justice, to serve the public, not any particular person or president.
Blanche defended Trump.
Hitler was a socialist. Hitler was a socialist. FDR was a socialist. Donald Trump is a socialist. Zoran Mamdani's a socialist. Everyone's a fucking socialist. Now, the problem is they go like, well, socialism's bad. Socialism is literally just the prioritization of public need over private profit. That's it. Every politician is a socialist. No one's now. Some of them are fascists and National Socialists. It's flavors of socialism. At the end of the day, the best way of looking at modern politics is different flavors of socialism, because we don't have a purely capitalistic society. That as soon as you have tariffs and shit, there's no such thing as capitalism anymore. It's a joke. So capitalism becomes shorthand for this idea that profit motive guides progress. But that's not really what capitalism is. That's not what capitalism is. Capitalism is the oligarchs owning the means of production and making money off of them while separating you from the means of production with liquid capital. It's a mouthful, right? So eventually you just end up saying capitalist because profit motive versus socialism, which is prioritizing public need over private profit. And they all claim to do that. They all claim that that's what they want. Even Donald Trump, when he says, I'm bombing Iran, not for the oil, but because they have nukes and I want to protect Americans. It's for the public. It's for you guys. Even when he says that, he's pretending to be a socialist. When he nationalizes a private company like Intel by taking 10% of their company, it's socialism. Not very different from Bernie Sanders saying that the American people should own 50% of the AI companies, 50% of each of them. It's not that different. Different flavors of the same thing. Like you can have chocolate ice cream and vanilla ice cream. They're still both fucking ice cream.
During his confirmation hearing, some senators questioned whether he'd act independently of the president as deputy AG.
I don't think that President Trump is going to ask me to do anything illegal or immoral. And so I don't.
But if he does, you would say no.
I will follow the law, Senator.
If he asks you to do something immoral, will you follow? I'll follow the law. I'll follow orders. Guy Fawkes is on the news and on the air. How you doing? What's the deal and how you feeling?
Howdy.
Hey, man. I'm feeling good.
We got ism problems.
We do got ism problems. It's funny. I barely played any of that Ren thing that you sent me yesterday, and I still got a copyright strike.
Is it because we talked about the copyright strike and then the turds reported
now,
you?
Music, if you play someone else's music on a live stream, it's almost guaranteed. And then I could
how do they figure it?
And then I could respond. I could what do you call it? Challenge it, but it takes 30 days. So I just delete that. I'm allowed
to get your 10 cents back.
Well, yeah,
for ads.
Not even. I think live streams only make like nothing. Like it's like $1. I mean, I make all my money off of channel members and super chats, everything. By the way, thank you, channel members and super chats. No one's given a super chat. Thank you. If you like what I do and find any value in this daily routine, please consider making a super chat or a Cash App or Venmo at Skyjack Morgan. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Sky City Rebels who support this channel. But Guy Fawkes, what do you think? What's going on? We got an ism problem. What do you mean?
They can't define isms. That's the problem. Like,
well,
you're
how are
a
they
communist socialist? You're trying to destroy the country. What the fuck?
Yeah, well,
they're told to say this by idiots, and now they're just idioting. It's just the mass psychosis.
You're absolutely right about that. But dude, what are they supposed to do? How can you blame them? Were you here when I was reading the Communist Manifesto about an hour ago?
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading the Communist Manifesto, and like even Karl Marx is saying we got an ism problem, that they're calling everybody communist they disagree with. And now I got to write a manifesto to explain communism to you idiots.
Communism is a scare word for the midterm elections. They have to scare people about the Democrat threat to democracy and communism. Another word they can't define. And then fucking that. They can't define fascism, communism, socialism, or capitalism.
Exactly. That's what it's supposed to. I mean, that's exactly right. And this is why the Communist Manifesto was written. That's why they write manifestos, and they still don't read them.
Has entered our nation. It's the fucking idiots on the right.
Yeah. It's always the case. Like if I call someone a fascist, I know what a fascist is, but these people don't know what a fascist is.
I got a few socialism, communism shorts.
Okay, got it. Socialism isn't when the government works for us. Once again, socialism is the prioritization of public need over private property. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for playing. We've looked it up a million times on this channel. I've defined it a million times. Thank you so much. Okay, so what do we got here? What are we looking at? We got Hassan Piker. Very fun. Everyone loves Hassan
Can you
Piker.
make that dark theme? The top right thing, top right icon, you can make it dark theme. I just think it's prettier. The circle with your icon in it.
Yeah, I can do that.
You click that, you can make a dark theme, and it's funner. Yeah,
it's funner to do dark theme.
I just hate when I have black backgrounds on my screen, so when I see white, I'm like,
Hassan Piker, to you.
I normally do dark theme, but for some reason, normally I do full screen, but you can't do full screen with shorts, so I normally don't even see that. But here we go. You ready? We're gonna do it right now. It is dark themed, as per your
requested.
Yes, per your request, we are dark theming now. And I should even do this. I could even do this and restructure the window so that you could see it a little bit better. Here we go. You ready? There we go. Yeah. All right. Perfect. All right, we're nailing it. We're really YouTubing now. Here we go. All right, play.
What is socialism?
Socialism is redefining and reorienting the classist politics that we currently have away from the capital owning class, owning both the means of production and virtually every facet of power, and redistributing it in a democratic fashion.
Jesus Christ, this is his definition of socialism? What the do you think it's a little bit this does not fit on the bumper sticker?
Modern definition? Yeah, it's socialism on a bumper sticker.
We need the definition on a bumper sticker. I mean, like, look, when you talk about capitalism, they're like free market, profit motive. That's it. They don't talk about the means of production. People don't even know what that means.
See, capitalism means that you can just, put pesticides and herbicides in the fields to kill all the peasants because they're not making enough money to live.
Yeah. It's free market, and if it doesn't make money, it don't make sense.
You don't have a herbicide filter on your lungs? Well, then you're not a capitalist.
Yeah, the filter on your lungs was in the pursuit of profit. Sorry, you got in the way of profit motive. Now there's now there's shit in your lungs. You got that black, what do you call it? That black lung?
Back to the largest class, the working class.
How is socialism different?
Like, you can't even follow up. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Hassan Piker, man. Isn't this guy also named Hassan? This is Hassan Minhaj.
He's the new head of the Democrat Party because Hakeem Jeffries is Israeli.
Jesus.
Different than communism.
Communism is supposed to be the end stage. It's like the final goal. It's like the final evolution, a stateless, moneyless, classless society.
Yeah.
A borderless society.
Yeah, it's like Star Trek. It's like a future that we can't even imagine. Communism.
We've never really had communism. I know people will just like jokingly sometimes say real communism has never been tried, but that literally has never existed. Communist parties have existed. Now you have modern iterations of that, like China, heavy state ownership, heavy state control over the entirety of commerce, a command economy. You have places that resemble this formation in Cuba, but we've never really had like a communist formation at all. I wouldn't say I'm a communist, but when people call me that, I don't really care because I'm like, I think that's pretty cool. It's Star Trek. It's the Star Trek.
Holy shit. I can't believe he just said Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hassan Piker. That's crazy that he just said that.
But I didn't say it. I wasn't going to spoil it. You said Star Trek, and I wasn't going to spoil it, but it was in the clip yet.
He's totally right. I agree with him. I disagree with him on like how he defines socialism. That was like glazing over. Like,
is that the capitalistic form of socialism?
Like
what
his
he said,
definition,
basically.
It's just like let's listen to his definition again. Hold on.
Moneyless society. Like, I feel as though that is definitely an honorable end goal to reach, where we have all of our needs met.
Hassan Piker, to you.
Okay, so to you, what is socialism? Now, we've looked it up on this channel so many times to get the definition.
Okay, I was going to ask the MAGA in the chat. To you, what is socialism?
Yeah.
Damn Democrats trying to take our jobs.
Yeah, that's it. That's what socialism. Democrats taking our jobs.
What is socialism?
Socialism is redefining and reorienting the classist politics that we currently have.
Reorienting and redefining the classist politics we currently have.
Getting rid of classism.
Yeah, like, dude, fucking he should have this a definition on lock. Come on. This guy's a professional.
Away from the capital owning class, owning both the means of production and virtually every facet of power, and redistributing it in a democratic fashion back to the largest class, the working class.
How is social?
The fuck? All right,
back to the working class.
So his definition makes no fucking sense. I mean, it makes sense. His definition is that we need to fundamentally change society in a way that benefits the working class over the capital owning class, the ownership class. Fine, but again, socialism could take a lot of different forms, and that doesn't cover it. I don't think fascism and communism go hand in hand. Grim Gnome, they're basically the opposites. Fascism and communism, they go hand in hand in that one exists in order to answer the other. Yeah, fascism is the violent reaction to communist ideals for sure.
Pull up the next short, and we can work over that comment.
The next one, here we go. Coming
pause
up.
Just pause it on the first.
All right,
open.
we're pausing it right now. Pausing. Hold on one second.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, as big as you can make it. It's just this is just a list of the things. So to his statement, communism, one part, communism is there's generally one party. There's not multiple parties. I mean, there could be a democratic communism.
Well, there would be no party. There'd be zero parties, right?
Zero parties. So there's one ruling body.
It's the people.
The people are the ruling body, but then if you put a president at the top of the ruling body, that's where communism gets fucked.
Well, you don't have communism anymore if there's a person at the top. That's why they usually call them chairmans or generals or something. They don't like to call them President Xi Jinping. It's president doesn't really cover it. That's why Chairman Mao makes sense, right? Because he's the chairman of the administrative body. So in order to have a distribution of anything like land, right, you need to have some administration. And that administration can become a cesspool of power fucks, like people getting in there and never leaving and stuff.
So what went wrong with Cuba's communism or socialism versus China's communism?
Okay, so
beyond our not allowing them to import gas.
Right. I mean, Cuba really fails because as an island society, it should be working just fine. but it fails mostly because of Fidel Castro's idea of a perpetual revolution. Instead of ever giving power up, he holds the power and declares himself general of an endless revolution.
But that's not communism.
No, I mean, it's sort of like a fucked up version of Marxism, sort of. It's like
Again, they're just calling it communism and then fucking it up from the authoritarianism.
Well, like Marxism says exactly kind of what Hassan Piker said, that you would have a socialist revolution that gains some steam, and then you need to get rid of those guys who you need to somehow get rid of the people that are the administrators and the people who are in charge. You have to. And so some people call that like a second revolution, but Castro's like, no, the revolution's never over. It's always a revolution. And we have to be militaristic because of the enemies inside and without. And he had a lot of justification for that because the American government was killing people and like killing people by doing Bay of Pigs and shit like that. People were getting killed. And so he had justification to keep it on this military stance. So this endless revolution thing is just kind of some bullshit that he made up on the spot, and it never will work, right? You can't keep people in power like that. Now, anarcho-communism would say, okay, if you have positions like this, which might end up being necessary, like generals or like people that you can't live without, like people administrating the Department of Water, right? How do you get water to everybody? Well, there's going to be eventually some guy who's doing that, right? Now, that person all of a sudden has a lot of more power than he maybe should. But that guy in anarchism, what you would do is move that person out. You would have term limits on everything. So, okay, you run the water power for 4 years, but now you're going to have a different administrative job. You're good at administration. We love you, but you're going to have to do a different job. So you never end up in this like ultra powerful position. There's no ranks to climb up. You know what I mean? And so what happens with Cuba, it atrophies, and it's mostly because of the fear of being killed by Americans,
Authoritarianism pushing into communism.
Yeah, because of the structure of power, because
the right-wing idiots at the top.
Yeah, because the people at the top don't want to give up power, and they can justify it. Especially, it's really dangerous when you can justify power. And they always have a scapegoat, like Donald Trump justifies the power that he wields by saying that the Iranians have nuclear weapons. He justifies the power that he wields by saying trans people are going to cut off your little boys and girls' dicks and stuff. Like, this is Hitler did the same thing. It's common, but Castro had a justification that was really apparent. Like the Bay of Pigs did happen. The United States government did have Guantanamo Bay, and still does. The United States government was blockading their ships. And so he says, see, I got to stay in power. As long as this is going on, I got to stay in power. And so now you have another dictator,
Is Trump a communist?
No.
Okay, I just saw a video that argued for it, but I forget their bullet points. Yeah, any bullet point. I mean, there is no private property in communism.
Right.
Name one Democratic person who has said that they should remove all private property.
Nobody has said that. No Democrat has ever said that there should be no private property.
Name one Democrat that says that we reject all religions.
Never. That's never happened. No Democrat has ever said that.
Communism is a political system, while socialism is a economic system. That's just a thing. So communism is actually a subset in the Venn diagram of socialism.
I would say I would say that communism would be the next step after socialism. So if you had socialism, right, and you say it's an economic system, that's really important, right? What do you say? You said socialism is an economic system and communism is a way of like organizing society. Yeah.
Political system.
Okay, so socialism says, okay, we've got money and we're going to use it to benefit the public. Okay, well, once you have all of your needs met and once everyone's eating, and everyone has bread to eat, and everyone has everything. They have coats when they're cold outside. They have, they have everything they need, right? Whatever you could think of, they've got. Now what? Does money have value? After that, if you have everything you need, and everything you really, all of your whims, you go on vacation, like even the stuff like some like minor luxuries, right? You can you got what you need. Is money necessary anymore? And if it isn't, then you start moving towards communism. Communism isn't really financial or it's it has nothing to do with trade really, because
name one country that got rid of their capital, no dollars.
Yeah, their liquid capital. No, I don't think there is
not one country, not one place on the entire planet has like communism gotten rid of dollars after they printed them.
No, I would say there are some tribes, like there are tribes in Brazil that live fairly modern lives, but you would consider it primitive because they still, like, they don't have all the shit we got, but they're basically living without
a barter
liquid.
system, mostly a barter.
It's more like a shared system. They don't barter. They don't need to barter because everything is shared. It's communist basically. It's, you have tribes in the world that are like this.
The early church was a communism.
No, I don't think so.
So they all donated into the central church. You have the required tithing of 10%.
Yeah.
And then, you're throwing fish and bread and, you're doing these things, but it all comes from the central church. It's not necessarily a political system. It's a religious system.
The tithing, though, in the original, like in the early days of religion, tithing came in the form of grain, right? And so the religions would be the ones holding grain. And some of our earliest writing systems and counting systems were these religious-based grain silos. You would give grain, and they would keep basically they'd keep track of it with little cuneiform tablets and shit. And then you could come and get your grain, and it wouldn't maybe be your grain, it'd be somebody else's grain, but you put 10 pounds of grain in, let's say, and now you have a voucher saying I got 10 pounds of grain. And so you could see how that would become liquid pretty quickly, right? That now I can trade that 10 pounds of grain without actually carrying around 10 pounds of grain. So if I go buy a goat or whatever, I could just give my little marker to the goat farmer.
The commie store, the big Walmart, the communistic Walmart.
Well, it's not communism, right? It's the birth of capitalism, because once you start doing that with animals and other commodities, so religion, I would say, was never communist. It was that you tithe because they weren't trying to they weren't really trying to serve the public. They were trying to facilitate
serve the people through the church of sorts. All right, we can move on to the next one. Third one with a Y.
The third one. What am I looking at? The third link?
Yeah, third link. Yeah.
You got it. We're going to the third link right now. Oh, crazy. Oh, I love this guy. He's got a funny way of Slavoj Žižek. I like this guy. Hold on a second for me. Share this tab instead. We're going strong. Everything's working out great. Let's get it bigger. When these shorts, I got to do a couple extra
steps.
He's
one of the smartest guys on political theory, and he's a communist.
Yeah, exactly. He's like one of the most intelligent social scientists, one of the most intelligent political scientists in the world. Slavoj Žižek, I think is how you say it. Slavoj? I think it's Slavoj Žižek, I think is how you say his name. Yeah. Okay, let's watch him. You ready?
In what sense? My good friend told me he was there as part of some delegation 2 days after Fukushima. He told me that for a couple of hours, the Japanese government was in total panic. It looked that they will have to evacuate the entire Tokyo area, 30 million people. Then, maybe they didn't have to, maybe they hushed up. I didn't care. It's clear that we are facing problems where neither market nor state, the way we'll have it today, will be able to do it. And that's for me the space for something that I prefer to call communism, not socialism, because today everybody is a socialist. I read an interview.
Dude, hey, everybody's didn't I just get finished saying that, Guy Fawkes?
Yeah, everyone is technically a socialist. Well, no, sorry. MAGA are not socialists because they believe you should pay taxes and not receive benefits.
Well, that's a national socialist. They think you should pay taxes, but only some people should get benefits. They think that the public isn't you and me.
Do national socialists like roads?
Yeah, I mean, not Hitler built the Autobahn.
Okay.
That they build it for different reasons. Like they build the Autobahn. Okay, imagine a world where we're building the interstate highway system. Why was it built, do you think? Why did we build all these interstate highways? Like just off the top of the head, it's not a quiz.
Commerce,
what do you think?
Trade, moving, just getting people out of towns.
But not for the people. Do you think it was just because, like, do you think that they did it so that we can have freedom of movement and visit our grandmas in other states by car?
It wasn't for freedom, it was more for capitalism, and I mean the Autobahn was for war, I think.
So yeah, the Autobahn and the interstate highway system was mostly for war. So the interstate highway system is built so that we can move missiles and other big trucks and the things that we need to across long distances with for the sake of national security. Because if you're building jets or tanks or whatever in Virginia and you actually need them in Texas or California, the only way to get them, you can get them on train or you can get them by interstate highway. And that's why they built that shit. There's even like legends about how the overpasses on interstate highways are standardized height because that was the height of a nuclear warhead on a truck bed. I don't know if I believe that, but the fact that that's a certain height and it's 11, I think it's 11 feet or whatever it is, or 11 point, I forget what it is, 13 feet, I think is what it has to be. I forget. It's all based on the military, and it was a military undertaking. Like our boys and our Army Corps of Engineers and all those guys, they were all used for the interstate highway system. So, but here's the thing, man. It's the truth is it's not just for the military, right? It's not just for commerce. It's not just for the
a public good.
It's a public good. So Autobahn is a socialist thing, and it's a national socialist did it. And our interstate highway system built around the same time was for the same reasons.
Defense plus common good makes government money shine.
Well, yeah, like if you went, do you remember, I'm sure you do, judging by the tone of your voice, do you remember when we quote unquote liberated Kuwait?
No.
So
I mean,
you don't.
The Kuwait War. No, I wasn't studied up on that one.
So during the uptick to the war, the Persian Gulf crisis, they called it back then, and we decided that we were going to liberate the people of Kuwait. And the reason why we were all talking about the people of Kuwait was because we were there for oil. But we weren't just there for oil. We were there for oil, humanitarian reasons. We were there for commercial reasons. We were there for all sorts of reasons. I don't think that the American government just does things for one reason. And you
The
can't sell
oligarchy got out of control.
Yeah, but you can't sell it to just one person.
They had so much oil money that the oligarchy just gets out of control, you know.
Yeah, and they get to call the shots, but they're not going to get the will of the people represented if they just say, oh, we need to go get that oil. So what they do is they say, okay, it's to get rid of those nukes, or it's to get rid of Saddam Hussein, who's crazy. They have to sell it to us. So it's always like that, right? The interstate highway system's no different, that we built it for, yes, military, yes, your vacation, yes, to go see your parents, yes, for your freedom, yes, for your for the nukes, yes, for the corporations to move their shit, yes, if you got to move cows from Texas to Chicago, it's really stupid to have cowboys move them by foot.
And you're gonna like the next YouTube short.
Oh yeah. All right, let me finish this.
You be
Okay.
Gates is a socialist. Socialism means today, not too much egotism. We should take care of each other and so on and so on. Don't forget that we lack cognitive mapping. Kind of a global narrative, never a postmodernist. We need big global narrative. Liberal capitalism is not the ultimate form. It will not work. I remain a communist in what sense? My good friend told me he was there as part of some delegation 2 days after Fukushima.
I like the fact that he talks about Fukushima, because in a disaster like that, it's funny because I played a tape about the guy who was did the sex raft, right? And he was trying to get people to be violent, and the only person who was panicking and violent was the guy in charge. Everyone else was pretty even-headed and knew what to do. And he's saying the same thing. Fukushima, the government fell apart, the capitalists fell apart, and the only people left were the people. The public started evacuating and handling it.
So he says liberal capitalism is not the ultimate form, and it kind of doesn't work.
Yeah,
but where it breaks is the oligarchy.
It breaks because it requires someone to be poor while others are rich. Capitalism, even if you do liberal capitalism, it incentivizes people to hoard wealth, right? So you get like an Elon Musk, and you can say like, well, I'm doing okay. Okay, but they're only stealing a little bit from you. They're stealing a lot from the people of Sri Lanka or the people of the Sudan. They got nothing. They got less than nothing. They're living in holes in the earth. They've got, and so it can't work as a global. He was saying there's these global narratives, right? We can't do just this idea that we're all, what did he say? He said like
he told me that for a couple of hours the Japanese government was in total panic. It looked that they will have to evacuate the entire Tokyo area, 30 million people. Then maybe they didn't have to, maybe they hushed up. I didn't care. It's clear that we are facing problems where neither market nor state, the way we'll have it today, will be able to do it. And that's for me the space for something that I prefer to call communism, not socialism, because today everybody is a socialist. I read an interview, Bill Gates is a socialist. Socialism means today, not too much egotism, we should take care of each other, and so on and so on. Don't forget that we lack cognitive mapping, kind of a global narrative, never a postmodern.
We lack cognitive mapping, like a global narrative.
We need big global.
We need big global narratives.
Liberal capitalism is not the ultimate form.
See, I think that's what he means. Like the liberal capitalism is not the ultimate form because as a society, as humanity, it impoverishes some and enriches others. I think that's what he's saying. Like to say like Bill Gates is a nice guy and isn't so much an egotist, so therefore he's a socialist.
But that's just socialist capitalist, you know.
Yeah, but he's a liberal capitalist, I think is what he's saying.
He's the best billionaire socialist that I've seen, Bill Gates, because at least he's making crappers in fucking Africa. You heard about that?
Yes, I know that
he's making crappers for poor people in Africa. He's bashing out malaria. He's taking out so many viruses. He did have sex with that one girl who he played chess with, and then he got the clap or whatever. But
he also invests in Impossible Burger and stuff like that in order to help climate change. Like he does a lot of big stuff with his money, but I guess like
he's not just a total shithead.
No, he's a philanthropist capitalist, right? He's
at least he can be a philanthropist, but yeah, I mean the average billionaire pays less than 1% in tax.
Yeah, so I think
what the fuck is that?
It's ridiculous. I think what Slavoj Žižek is saying is that he's a liberal capitalist. He's a capitalist liberal, and that's not the ultimate form. We can't do that. We can't just hope that everyone becomes a Bill Gates and puts their money back in. Like, it makes no sense that Bill Gates has that much money. And part of the reason why he has all that money is because there's people starving. You know, like Dale Carnegie built a bunch of libraries all over America so that people wouldn't kill him. And I think Bill Gates is doing this because he just can't look himself in the mirror. He has a conscience. But these like, I don't know, these autistic tech bros, they got no conscience
or ideology except racism.
They don't give a shit. You think they're building is
they can't even define woke or DEI.
I know. Do you think Zuckerberg?
Those fuckers are going to prison. Oh, you know what? Who was it? JD Vance is saying he wants to get rid of the ICC, International Crime Courts.
Yeah. Of course he does.
International Criminal Courts. Yeah, he wants to get rid of those because of the war crimes they're doing, and he's afraid he might get fucked. So he's trying to get rid of the ICC, which is a direct attack on NATO. It's so fucked.
He wants to get rid of the Hague. Yeah.
We just want to do war crimes. Is that so bad?
War crimes. What's so wrong with war crimes?
If these MAGAs suck up to JD Vance, what? This cult has gotten so fucking stupid. They're like, you put $10 of ads in their face and they'll do anything you want.
But that's everything, man. Everything's ads now. I mean, that's
and
what
now,
I think.
No, so it won't be JD Vance unless Israel wants JD Vance.
Well, they clearly do. Peter Thiel is heavily invested. Like the number one component of the modern Israel economy is tech and AI, and that's Peter Thiel, Palantir, and he's best friends with JD Vance. Like, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like,
we're all fucked. Let's see if this one's a little spoofy. I'm not sure. They're missing it in some places, but
this little spoofy. I like the cow. He's got the
no actual cows were used in the filming of this AI.
Mm-hmm. I like they've got so many There's 3 American flags. 4. How many American flags can you count? I count 4.
They say politics is complicated, but not if you explain it with cows. Let's see how every ideology works.
What's holding up? Did someone stab this cow?
Yes, there's a flag stabbed into the back of the cow, who is happily standing there as Trump's slave for this photo op.
And he put Trump stabbed this cow with American flag and then put sunglasses on him.
One cow at a time. Capitalism. You have 2 cows. You sell one and buy a bull. Your herd grows and the
The maniacal laugh of the capitalism already in.
I'm a rich farmer. Fuck you all.
Yeah. It's like I can't even.
Government takes a cut. Socialism. You have 2 cows. The government takes one and gives it to your neighbor. You still have to milk both. Communism.
What?
You have 2 cows. The state takes both and gives you milk when it feels like it. Fascism. You have 2 cows. The government shoots you and keeps the cows. Bureaucracy. You have 2 cows. You fill 30 forms to register them, and both die before approval. Democracy. You vote on who gets the cows. Whoever wins gives them to their cousin.
What?
In the end, it's not about cows, it's about control. So, which system do you think would keep your cows alive? They say
I don't even
politics.
know where to begin on this one because it's just so weird, right?
It's just misinformation, right? It's just...
what is the goal of this post? This is histology TV.
I'm sure it's just clicks. I don't believe that there's a goal. I don't think they have some kind of. Let's see what else they got.
But those are wrong, and they're mixing economic forms with governmental forms.
Totally, and they're like, and democracy and
fascism
bureaucracy.
isn't a form of government. Fascism is a subsect of authoritarianism,
and fascism requires a lot of bureaucracy. That's how they get away with all their shit. The banality of evil. That's how they do it.
What are they doing? Just shit posting?
Oh my God! Apostles political cycle.
Oh God!
They got a bunch of Jesus. Yeah, this is just AI slop clickbait.
But so that video was just kind of utter crap, except for the fascists shooting you and taking your cows.
Like this one, yeah, they shoot you, takes your cows. Yeah, that's perfect. Although I don't think the fascist wants you to. Doesn't want to shoot you and take your cows unless you're Jewish. It's like usually it's like, okay, the fascist wants to, if you're black, they shoot you, take your cows and give the cows to a white person. All right, Aristotle's political cycle. I kind of want to watch this because you have Aristotle, Donald Trump, Abraham Lincoln, Adolf Hitler, and Winston Churchill standing in front of Aristotle.
Why not include Socrates? Because Aristotle was in the Senate next to Julius Caesar. Okay, that makes better sense.
Aristotle and I always think Aristoplatal. We used to always say like Socraplatal. That's what it was. Socrates.
Fucking look at that lineup, dude. Trump, Abe, Hitler. That's World War II England
Winston.
guy. Winston.
That's Winston Churchill.
Yeah. What the fuck is that lineup?
I like how why is Donald the only one in a muumuu? Why is Donald
Aristotle
wearing
Aristotle
the other ones? Donald. Oh yeah, but Aristotle, you would understand he's in a toga. But why is Donald Trump wearing sandals?
It's my hemorrhoids. The hemorrhoids are acting up.
It's easier to hide your
kinkles.
It's easier to hide your diaper. Let's see.
Every government you've ever known was already predicted 2,300 years ago. Aristotle believed power always moves in a cycle, and every society repeats the same mistake.
I mean, I kind of believe the same thing. Let's go.
Aristotle believed politics isn't random. Every society moves through a predictable cycle of power. It begins with monarchy, one good ruler, chosen to serve everyone. But power corrupts. Monarchy decays into tyranny, rule for selfish gain. Tyranny collapses. Power shifts to the best citizens, aristocracy. But elites protect themselves. Aristocracy turns into oligarchy, rule by the rich. The people revolt. Democracy is born for the people, by the people. But unchecked freedom becomes chaos. Democracy collapses, and the cycle begins again. If Aristotle was right, where do you think we are in the cycle right now?
We kind of have democracy now. We're not sure if we'll have it in the midterms.
Well, I think that what they're getting at is that there's always this endless struggle. There is a cycle, I think, but it's because you have these major bloodbath events like the French Revolution, and then people build institutions. People who remember the bloodbath build institutions to make sure that shit doesn't happen again. And then the next generation is like, oh, everything's great, man. Fucking, we fixed all the world's problems. Everything's looking good. And the next generation takes it for granted, and they're like, oh, this is how it's always been. And then the next generation, the bureaucracies run amok. Everything sucks again. People are rising up to power. People are using the bureaucracy to force people into holes and shit. And so people start getting anxiety. People go broke. And now there's another bloodbath on the horizon. Like, I think that there's a major cycle of that. And I don't think it includes monarchy. It's more about institution. The monarchy was an institution that was created probably like, oh, we need a guy to tell us where to go. Let's build this institution.
That cycle was a little simplistic, but somewhat true. But I mean, yeah.
But what I guess what I would say is that there's been an eternal tension throughout humanity where we are constantly dealing with like the tension between should people who inherit wealth and power be the ones in charge, or should the people be in charge? And that is the tension I think that we see throughout history.
Well, I think, because like when a senator dies, we should appoint his sister.
I know it's fucking crazy, right? But I mean, at least Grijalva had to run. Grijalva in New Mexico, remember what? Or maybe Arizona. I think Arizona. And she was the one that they wouldn't allow into Mike Johnson wouldn't swear in because they didn't want her to vote for the Epstein files. And it was because her dad died and she ran and had to get elected. At least they got but this is crazy. Appointing a special as just like appointing his sister is crazy.
Puppet.
It's crazy.
The Republican Party. How do you say puppet?
The Republican.
The Puppet-a-clin. A
the
puppet.
Republican Party.
Tried to put the word puppet in Republican.
Republican.
It doesn't roll the tongue at all. Doesn't roll off the tongue.
No. What's this other one you got here? What's this one?
Some ice things.
Ice things.
Third from the bottom.
Halting most non-urgent vehicle stops after the deadly shootings of 2 drivers in less than a week during immigration operations. The latest.
We shouldn't let them stop anybody. Why are they stopping anybody?
They're
ICE doesn't have that jurisdiction.
Allowed to stop cars. They're
not allowed to stop cars.
Legally allowed to stop cars. The fact that they even rammed the car is assault. They rammed the car twice, so that's 2 attempts of assault, and then they did attempted murder and/or murder, and then this one is actually murder. And so you can't pull over cars. You cannot detain citizens. They do not have authority to detain citizens. And these ICE MAGA fucks just sucking the boot as hard as they can.
It makes me sick. They just love the taste of leather, but you're totally right. They do not have jurisdiction. They are not law enforcement officers.
If there's any idiot in the chat who thinks ICE should has permission to pull you over, I hope they do.
Does ICE have the right to ram your car? Like and these aren't even people that are under investigation. These are random people that they keep killing. They're like, oh, you're brown. This last person has a social security card.
Everything by the books, yeah.
Everything but this guy. He has a social security. This guy, look at this, so sad. He was already dead and his car was going around in circles.
Small coastal town of Biddeford, Maine. An ICE
Look at the bullets right in the windshield.
officer killed a 26-year-old man from Colombia. Now, DHS said the officer feared for public safety.
Why do we care where they're from? A 26-year-old man. They killed a 26-year-old man. I don't give a fuck that he's from Colombia. He had a social security card.
Here in America, we only care about civilian deaths. The 60 people who died in ICE detention facility, that's just breaking a few Harkonnen eggs.
Yeah. There you go. Harkonnen.
Tom Harkonnen Homan. Yeah.
Tom Harkonnen.
Protesting the shootings, calling for accountability and transparency. News Nation national correspondent Marcus Espinoza is live at an ICE facility in Scarborough, Maine for us this morning. Marcus, good morning to you. This pause does have exceptions. What do those look like?
Hey, Marky, good morning. Yeah, this is a major change considering the fact that ICE, one of their major ways of making arrests are stopping vehicles. So this is a change here, but there are exceptions. So while they have put this on pause, if
I don't know if his child was in the car.
3-year-old was in the car. Yes,
he was.
Yeah, the wife at home and so on.
But there were 3 humans in the car, right? And one was the. I think there were 3 humans in the car. I forget. But I didn't know the child was in the car with
they
them.
are working with local law enforcement or
they were all paying taxes.
They were all paying taxes. Yes,
not illegal immigrants. You F-tards.
Yeah, they did everything that they were supposed to do, and they still got shot in the face. He still got shot in the face.
Another law enforcement agency, or if there is an active warrant out for that individual, then they can still execute that stop. Now, there are some background information things that we need to know and understand, and also the fact that how did we get here to begin with? Because this was a major decision, even if it's not a permanent decision. The pause comes after the fatal shooting of 26-year-old Columbia national Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Biddeford. Another deadly ICE shooting last week in Houston also took place. Border czar Tom Homan says this
you already covered
is
this.
not
Go ahead and
an
jump to the
overall
next
change
one.
in policy.
This isn't more than we've added. But the next one does add more, I guess.
Okay, next one.
But yeah, okay. So ICE pauses vehicle stops after shootings. What the fuck does that mean? Because they never should have been stopping vehicles anyways.
Yeah,
the
guy
don't
said
have the
that
authority.
Under certain circumstances, they have authority, is what the guy was trying to say.
Okay, yeah.
But
So if you came to a guy's house, you're looking for Jesus of Christ, Jesus Christ, or you're looking for Jesus Christ, and you go to the house. He runs out the back of his house. He goes to his garage. And he drives away in his car. Then you can get that car. But what you would actually have to do is you would call the police, because now it's on the road. You would call the police to apprehend your suspect on the road.
Exactly. You call and you know where he lives. If you're at his house and he runs away from his house, you have his whole family. You have other ways of getting to this guy. Where do you think he's going to go? You know how hard it is to hide in America? I thought the whole point of all these stupid flock cameras is so we don't have to do this shit. Like,
I heard that the flock cameras can be blocked with a LTE jammer. They send on cell phone signals, but I'm not encouraging crime, but just they have flaws.
I've seen all these things, but I'd love to be able to be the vigilante going after flock cameras, but I mean,
who's got time for felonies?
Who's got time for felonies? I like that someone's out there cutting them down, though. I'm enjoying that.
We're here in Biddeford, Maine, where authorities are investigating the fatal shooting by ICE of Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero. The shooting took place on Monday morning in this neighborhood.
His house.
We believe this to be the building where Mr. Guerrero's apartment was, and he was fatally shot not far from it. We are still waiting on a lot of detail from authorities about how the shooting took place, but there have been some cameras in the neighborhood that have given us some footage of what it looked like.
I mean, he was already
the
dead.
murder of the murder.
And given us an idea of how it went down. The Trump administration has responded to the shooting by at least temporarily pausing most traffic stops by ICE.
Illegal traffic stops.
The nature of the shooting was a traffic stop. We do know that.
Because they're traffic police
here
now.
In the surrounding
for brown people. Brown people,
they're traffic
police.
if brown people are speeding, then the ICE can kill you. If you're a brown person speeding, it can kill you.
Community, we've seen an outpouring of support from people who have come to this neighborhood, who live here, and some who live far away, who are here to support Guerrero and his family, and others who are here because they're calling to protest ICE and to call for the agency to be defunded. We've seen that's been a fixture in the neighborhood for the last couple of days, since yesterday morning. There's been a large memorial that's been built in his honor with messages of love and support for his family. And right here where we are right now is where his vehicle came to a final resting place.
Final resting place? What the hell? Did you bury the car?
And sort of brought us to the end of the incident. And just behind us, we can see that there's still what looks like blood on the road and a message that says, "This is blood."
Holy shit. I mean, that's kind of intense, isn't it?
America.
Blood in the streets. That's fucking insane.
There's a photo.
Seriously. That's a lot, right? There's already blood in the gutters. There's blood in the gutters. Jeez.
From demonstrators who've responded to the community.
Thank you for everybody watching. Hit that button. Drop an emoji in the chat or hit that emoji erection, please. Drop some likes in the chat. Let's get some algorithmic love.
And as of now, we're still waiting for authorities to tell us exactly how this shooting took place and how they will respond to it.
That's nuts. Man, the Odyssey Stars walk the premiere in New York. I'm going to go see it on Friday. I don't know who's going to go see it with me. I'm going to go see the premiere. I'm going to go see it on Friday in the IMAX.
I want to see the new Evil Dead.
Oh, I saw it. It was good.
Yeah.
It was okay. I liked
saw
it.
your short. Did you see Hail Mary yet?
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Yeah, I loved it.
That
Did
one
you like
was
it?
really good. Yeah.
It was fun. You know, I really liked it. It was a little silly, and I liked that. I liked that it was a little silly. I love the songs. They did a lot of great needle drops. I thought it was good. Yeah.
That's the worst wake up ever.
Yeah.
You were in a conference. We don't want to spoil it, but yeah.
Yeah, you wake up, you don't remember anything.
You were there.
Yeah.
No spoilers. Okay.
I haven't read any of his book. I've not read any of his books, but I hear they're great.
Oh.
And the movies are so good. I'm thinking about maybe picking up some of his sci-fi. That guy who, I don't even remember the guy's name. The guy who wrote that. He wrote The Martian. I think he wrote Arrival.
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson likes to criticize aliens that look like people. You know, the Star Trek, they all have the same heads, but that was just to make it cheaper for production.
But they explained that in
the ancients made the humanoids on all the planets.
Yeah, they explain it. Yeah. They explained it.
At least they explained it away, not like, but then there's like but these other newer forms of aliens. Oh gosh, what was that Nicolas Cage movie? The Arcadian.
Oh, I never saw it.
Must see The Arcadian.
I just saw the Carpenter's Son with Nicolas Cage, and I thought that was pretty good. It's a horror movie based on the Apocrypha of Jesus Christ, like his Jesus Christ at 15 years old.
I got another short on this topic.
Yeah, I see it. All right, let's do it. This is the last one. Yeah. Oh, this guy. This guy's so intense. you like this guy. Yeah, you really like this guy, don't you? I forget his name. This guy right here. He's so funny, but he's like,
it's woke 2.
Do you ever wonder?
It's woke 2.0. You heard of this? Have you seen this?
No, this video. No, I haven't seen it. This
no,
guy,
not that, but just the current Democratic reaction. So we were woke. We didn't like all of this stuff. People trying to bring the R word back, or white people trying to say the N word, and we didn't like it. So we're cancel culture. Woke 1. Stop being a jackass. Woke 1. So now woke 2. We have to encompass all of the MAGA bullshit. And now we're as angry as the MAGA was.
This guy, I don't know. Like, do you think this guy's as angry as MAGA?
Well, fuck. We're ripping on Lindsey Graham like he's a piece of shit. We wouldn't have done that. We wouldn't have done that 5 or 6 years ago until Trump started denigrating every single dead person that was blue.
Maybe that's true, but also I think that Lindsey Graham would be less of a piece of shit if it weren't for Donald Trump, because he kept.
God!
Remember after January 6th, Lindsey Graham was like
shit turd.
Remember when
we cannot tolerate the Trump presidency?
Yeah, remember?
Yeah. All the fucking senators, all the Republican senators, the day after gave a speech saying this is bullshit.
Totally.
This was an insurrection. This is bullshit.
Yes.
And then the Speaker of the House, Kevin
McCarthy, was he? No, maybe I can't remember.
Who's the shithead who went to Mar-a-Lago to suck his dick first?
I don't know. Like,
Remember? I think it was Kevin McCarthy. He went down to Mar-a-Lago first to take the first smiling photo with the insurrectionist Donald Trump.
Who was? Let me ask Google. Who was Speaker of the House on January 6, 2020? 2021. Sorry, 2020. I was 2021. I messed that up. No, she was January 6, 2021 was Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House. I don't know who you're thinking of.
Kevin McCarthy, the slick back gray hair guy.
Kevin McCarthy is the Californian who became Speaker of the House when Donald Trump became president in 2024, but they couldn't keep him in office. Or no, after it wasn't even 2024. It was during Biden's presidency, right? Kevin McCarthy, and they got rid of him and put.
But Kevin McCarthy was the first one to suck the chud.
Was he?
Yeah, he was the first one to do a photo op down in Mar-a-Lago after January 6th, and the Republicans spent all that shit. But it's probably just because they were taking pedo money and they didn't realize it. Like Trump gave them a whole handful of pedo money for their elections, and he's like, surprise, it's pedo money. And then and now you're all compromised. But okay, back to the video.
I mean, even a lot of them, I think, tried. Like even Mitt Romney went and like sat down and had dinner with Donald Trump. And remember that crazy photo of him
And
looking
Nick
all
Fuentes
uncomfortable?
and yada,
Yeah,
yada.
they all went to go see him, but then like, because I think that's just what they do. It's like, okay, we're gonna try, but the guy's fucking crazy. And what's funny about your guy, your friend Lindsey Graham, he goes there and after January 6th, he says, "This has gone too far. I cannot stomach this no more. I'm off the Trump train. Never again." Donald Trump gets into power again. "I love you so much, Mr. Trump. He's the best." And it's just
he might still be alive. He might still be alive if he didn't have to drink so much to cope with his own
honestly,
lack of
dude.
spine.
I mean, I don't think that. Here's the thing. It's not.
I think it was a drug overdose.
I don't think that I think it's definitely fentanyl. If it's not just that Lindsey Graham, like we wouldn't have talked shit on the death of Lindsey Graham, 5 years ago. Well, over the last 5 years, Lindsey Graham has several times flip-flopped on really horrible, disgusting things.
He was the head of the committee that authored the fucking big shit bill.
Yes.
The most
Exactly.
expensive bullshit bill in history. And Lindsey Graham's, "I love Israel. I love Israel." Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I love Israel. They're my favorite.
Didn't Lindsey Graham just get back from Russia?
Yeah, from Ukraine. Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he got a dirty handshake there.
Oh, I mean that's why the FBI's over there trying to figure out what happened. There's
One
a lot
of those
of
48 hour, you get the good handshake in your sweat and done 2 days.
That's I think that's how JD Vance killed the Pope.
Oh shit.
He shook his hands 48 hours after JD Vance met the Pope. The Pope's dead. Don't shake hands with JD Vance. All right. We are going to play this guy. He's so angry, this guy. Okay, so here's what I think. Every time I look at this guy, I think about this guy sitting in his car and he's getting ready, because I've done some car videos, but he's like getting ready. He's like, okay, here we go.
So why is he in the passenger seat? Why does everyone do the videos from the passenger seat?
Maybe somebody else is driving.
They flip the camera. I think they all flip the camera.
Maybe they flip the camera.
Even just like other people, they're all in the they're all on the right side of the car. Keep a note on that whenever you see car videos. Are they driving? Are they? But yeah, he's probably driving.
Maybe
flip the image is my guess.
I guess sometimes it flips it if you use your phone. Right, if you use your phone this way, it flips. If you use the front-facing camera, no. Oh, I don't know then. I don't know what the hell's happening anymore.
Just miss when everything wasn't so political. Yeah? Well, I miss when I didn't have to listen to the pro-life party scramble for an excuse as to why a 3-year-old girl in bluey pajamas deserved to watch her dad be executed and watch his lifeless body be dragged out of a vehicle by the same state-sanctioned murderers that mag-dumped him for the crime of driving while Colombian so they could handcuff his fucking corpse. How's that? I miss when I didn't have to guess whether the people I meet on the street were upset when the president bombed a school full of innocent children, or if they've got his boots so far down their goddamn gullet that they really couldn't give a damn. I miss when I'd never seen former friends and neighbors cheer for something called alligator fucking Alcatraz. Miss when rape and bigotry and genocide threats and a goddamn insurrection attempt were disqualifying factors for public office. Because that's the thing about you fence-sitting motherfuckers. You think that it's about politics. You think it's about party. You think it's Democrat versus Republican and Donald Trump. And it's not. It's about right and wrong. About a 3-year-old girl in bluey pajamas watching her dad's lifeless body hit the ground like a sack of fucking potatoes because some masked fucking murderer killed him. Because some asshole in the Oval Office said that everybody like her dad was a monster, even though he came here the right way. He was working the right way, and they killed him anyway. Every time one of you worthless motherfuckers says that shit about, I miss when things weren't so political, what you really mean is you miss when the bad shit going on wasn't quite so right in front of your fucking face, because then you didn't have to make hard choices about who and what to support. Get fucked!
So every time I watch, he's so upset, and I just think, like, dude, you're in your car.
They're murdering people in the streets. We just saw a pool of blood. His kid was in the backseat. Who's not pissed?
I'm just talking about like the performance.
That's the correct level of pissed off.
Yeah,
that's the correct level of pissed off since 10 years ago, since the insurrection. That's the correct fucking level of pissed off. Fucking other politicians, you know, they had a mistress back in 2014. Gone.
Yeah.
Done. Trump has had a mistress every fucking wife. Every
wife
time.
he cheated on. That's true. He cheated on each of his wives.
Now his current mistress is Israel, though.
Because
he can't get it up anymore.
I thought it was it's Israel. I thought it was Vladimir Putin. Okay, so what's this? What are we watching here?
He's a comedian.
He's a comedian?
Yeah. There's 2 clips on him.
Right, here we go.
The YMCA. I've been doing pull-ups on a tree outside. I've got my upper body strength up. I've been strength maxing my upper body.
I'm strength maxing. Everything's sky. I'm sky maxing.
Can't do that dance. My knees are back. You guys like breakdancing? It's called breakdancing because when I try it, things break. It's fun to stay at the Y.
Okay, so
that's it. That's just the next one will give you more his flavor. That was just goofing around.
That's okay. That's let's see the next one. No, I opened the wrong one. Hold on a second. The next one is this guy. Okay. We got it. He's people are like, have you gone insane? What's it gonna say?
Gone to the African American History Museum. I already hate myself enough. I don't need to go over there to see that. By the way, if you've ever looked at the African American History Museum, it literally looks like a slave ship. I don't know who built it, but
oh shit.
Or prison.
Oh no.
Looks like
I thought
prison too.
It's definitely brutalist. I've been there. I mean,
it looks like a fucking ark. If you go see the African, like it literally looks like Negro's Ark instead of Noah's Ark. Okay, see, that's one I can't say outside. And the cameraman is laughing and giving me a thumbs up. No, he's not. People are like, African American History Museum.
What's he got on his mask, on his
You wanna
balaclava?
Check out a couple of his shorts. You can see his face.
I already hate
Blondie Supreme, and he's got like, I don't know, girly
myself
buttons?
enough. I don't need to go over there to see that. By the way, if you've ever looked at the African American History Museum, it literally looks like a slave ship.
Does he always wear the mask?
Well, yeah. Hit it. If you check out his shorts, you'll get
People are like, have you gone to the African American History Museum?
You can see his face in some of them.
Is this him?
No. Well, he's next to that guy, but he could be having the mask.
I don't matter. It doesn't
There
matter.
he is. Down 2. There he was. Down. On the right there. I think that's him.
him?
Yeah. Make America Japan. I'm not sure.
Make America Japan.
Not to brag or anything, but I'm actually making 5,000 yen tonight. So, yeah, I don't know much about what that means, but if yen is anything like US dollars, I'm going to be very rich. So, also, do office buildings exist?
That means he's making like $50, right? I think 5,000 yen. You get $50, I think.
This in Tokyo, or is every building just a 12-story shopping mall? I swear to God, I tried to go to a hospital the other day. The first 3 floors were casinos and capybara cafes. I'm like, can I see a doctor? They're like, yeah, but do you want to kiss a skunk first? I'm like, I do. I would like that very much. I like how sometimes you ride a train, and then the train will change from like the green line to the pink line while you're still on it. Yeah, the city is so progressive. Even the trains are trans. Not to brag or anything.
Who did? You came from Singapore to see me? There's no way they would let you out of the country. What are you talking about? I don't think your social score is high enough to leave. How old are you guys? Did you say 12 and 11? Holy shit, no way. What's cool for 12 and 11-year-olds these days? Halo? I don't know. Meth?
Meth. It's meth.
At the correspondence dinner tonight, we have a...
Oh, I've actually seen this guy. Now I remember he was doing this in front of the when
all over just DC stuff.
Yeah, he was doing the DC jokes with the National Guard, and he was trying to make them laugh.
criminal, a murderer, a rapist, and that's just Clarence Thomas. Hey, thank you. All right. Go Redskins. Oh, wait, I can't dead name the Redskins. It's the Commanders. All right. We're having such a good time here at the Capitol, the greatest city on earth. If you've never been to other cities on earth, if you've only seen one city, this is the best one. Look at the giant phallic object for the first president. We weren't that creative a couple hundred years ago. We're like, let's make a really tall obelisk because we love Egypt. Oh, okay, that's the end of the beat. Thank you. I'm Tom Green. If you love what I'm doing, don't make any noise. Thank you.
Okay, I like this guy. It's pretty funny. I remember when DC was under siege by the Republican National Guard, that when he came out and he was like making jokes in front of the Humvees and stuff, and the guard, they were actually laughing at his jokes. It was pretty funny.
Two more shorts up.
All right, two more. Here we go.
Her claim to fame was impersonating Caroline Levitt. She does in her shorts. She wears she makes homemade ridiculous crosses, and then she pretends to be Caroline Levitt, but they fired her.
Really?
Caroline Levitt's gone, right?
No, she was on maternity leave.
Oh, well, okay, that's what you want to call it.
She had a baby. No, she's back.
That's
she's
not
doing
a
stuff
baby.
again.
It's a demon.
It's got tentacles. Her baby's got tentacles and horns.
Check in for my surgery with Dr. Graham. Oh, yes. Hi. We meant to call you earlier. Oh my God, is everything okay? Yes and no. Dr. Graham is no longer with us. He quit? Oh no, he died. What? Yeah, it's super sad. He was all by himself. Oh my God. Anyway.
He was all by himself. I was super lonely. So sad. Oh, poor Lindsey Graham. Oh, ding dang do.
Well, then why am I here then? We've already found a replacement for him. You have? Yeah. His sister. I didn't know he had a sister surgeon in the same specialty. Well, not exactly, but she is a certified optician, and she's watched every episode of Grey's Anatomy, so you'll be more than fine. Oh, I'm not fine. I don't want this. I don't want this. Let me stop you right there, man. Because nobody knows Dr. Graham's hurt better than his sister. I do not want this. She does not know what she's doing. No one, and I mean no one, on this planet is more qualified to take over and see his agenda through than his own blood. Lock the doors. Now sit down or your insurance will drop you for fraud. I'll make sure of it. Lady Graham number 2, your patient's here. I am here to...
Lady Graham number 2. Oh, shit. I like this.
Check in for my surgery.
Yeah, Dr. Graham.
Yeah.
His sister knows his agenda. No one knows it better than his sister.
So when Lindsey Graham died, the governor of South Carolina chose the replacement, which happened to be his sister, as I said earlier, Puppet.
Yes, but what was Lindsey Graham's sister's name who just became the senator? What's her name? Darlene. Oh, God. Poor Darlene. I think Darlene and Darlene is at least, I can't tell which one's the sister. Is it Darlene or Lindsay? Because Lindsay's a girl name.
Yeah.
I should talk because my name is Skylar. So I know there's lots of girls named Skylar. But Lindsay is even more feminine than Skylar. That's a girl's name for sure. I never met a boy named Lindsay. Have you?
No.
No, I've never met one, but they exist.
You seen Gary the Guantanamo Gator before?
Yeah, he's so funny.
Robbie Roadster. Well, you haven't subscribed to him yet, so what are you doing?
I haven't. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm gonna subscribe to him. Robbie Road Steamer,
and or the last lady. But
is Road Steamer? Is he free? Didn't he go to jail?
Well, he's been arrested like 3 times because he goes to all the ICE places.
Yeah, they always arrest him for singing and stuff. They always just arrest. It's really sad because all he's really doing is singing and talking, and he's always
gonna make a lot of money.
I hope he sues him because he's been arrested multiple times for just straight up freedom of speech shit. Like he clearly is not doing anything violent.
Twerking in the street.
Twerking in front of the ICE agents. Exactly. Yeah, Navia says you could just choose anyone you could choose who replaces you with no election in the Senate. The governor has to, it's acting. There will still have to be an election, but for a while they still need a senator and the governor gets to choose. The governor chose Lindsey Graham's sister. Darlene.
Is that technically nepotism?
100% is nepotism.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it could go sideways like that. Kind of.
Why not? It's like nepotism is doing stuff with your family. I guess it's weird because it's not him doing it for his own family, right? It's the governor doing it for Lindsay's family.
Israel's doing it.
Is
for...
Darlene Graham qualified at all to be a senator?
Fuck no.
What are her qualifications?
She's an obstetrician, which means she looks at eyeballs. She's not a doctor. I don't think. She's
Wait, no, an obstetrician does baby.
What did they? The last video said I might be using the wrong word.
Obstetrician is a baby delivery person.
Okay.
Darlene Graham no-don't meets the legal qualifications. Her professional qualifications.
Optometrist assistant, I think. Okay.
Is that what she's an optometrist?
I think the last video said she was an optometrist assistant.
Campaign exposure though never a candidate herself, she has been deeply involved in politics as a fiction. Her brother's campaign advertisements. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, supported by Donald Trump and Senator Tim Scott, explicitly selected her act as a placeholder to finish out the remaining months of the brother's term.
Read the Grim Gnome's comment.
The Grim Gnome, again, recent studies show you're more likely to be mentally unstable the further of the left. Yeah, sure. The further the left you're mentally unstable.
Why that is incorrect is because studies have actually shown with brain imaging that Republicans and the MAGA people have damage to their amygdala. They get angry when they think about politics. If you say Biden, they get this little flip switch and they get angry and they're like, liberals, and then they freak out. It's actual brain damage. It's almost like a slave switch. They've been beaten down so many times, they've been programmed. It's just the psyop's gone to the legitimate extent of what it was gold for.
So her leadership roles are, since 2019, Darlene has served as the commissioner of the South Carolina Commission for the Blind. And I didn't see that coming. She sits on the South Carolina.
Go Google it, Gnome. You're an idiot.
She sits on the South Carolina State Workforce Development Board and serves as the president-elect of the National Council of State Agencies for the Blind. Okay, so she works with blind people. She previously held her roles with Clemson University as the state's Department of Employment and Workforce and the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation. So it's not like she's horrible, but she's not
a couple jobs in the community, which are probably a nepo seat.
It's a very strange thing because she's only going to be in office for 4 months, but before the election. The election's in 4 months. She's 62 years old and a resident of South Carolina. She legally qualifies to be a senator. Anybody can be senator after all. I mean, it's just weird because she's never held public office. She's not
the jobs that she did have probably came because her brother was a senator.
Oh, maybe you're right, but man.
She's only been in there for
You're
like
right.
30 years. I mean, hey, you
Yeah,
want
for
the
30
senator job
years.
that pays more? You could do less work. Okay.
Yeah, how long has she been cashing in on that shit, right? That's it's so gross. All right, next up.
Closer? This is not even algae anymore. It's like diarrhea down there. We're draining the swamp. We can't even drain the rejection pool
The
here.
rejection pool.
Hell yeah. I'm Gary the Guantanamo Gator from Boston, Massachusetts. Hell yeah. Down by the water. Down where the pedos hang.
Oh no.
Can we get closer?
Okay, so they're Randy Roadster. He's out there.
Oh, that wasn't as good as the other one. He's got better ones by the reflecting
Robbie Road
pool.
Steamer.
It's not even algae anymore.
His voice is so iconic at this point.
It's like 80s or 90s WWE.
Yeah, he sounds
mixed with the karaoke master. Or something
Yes,
like that.
he sounds like Macho Man Randy Savage doing karaoke. You're so right. That's exactly what it's
The
like.
face gets there too a little bit.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing his best. Randy Rhodes.
Well, we didn't get to see him twerk. You want to see any more Gator? Right?
We've seen him
Sign off.
twerk. We've seen him twerk.
Oh, fine.
We've seen him twerk. We've all seen Randy Rhodes Steamer twerk at this point. He's a national icon. Yeah, but thank you for coming on, Guy Fawkes. I appreciate you. I hope you come on again soon.
Yeah, like dumping shorts.
Uh,
dumping shorts and putting and leading people to comedians.
You know what you could do though, just so you know. I'm not saying you have to do this, but what you could do is you see these dots right here,
community tab or description.
You could save it to a playlist. And just if you see something that you want to share, just save it to a playlist and make it like sharing playlist. You can name it whatever you want. You can just
Share
name
a
it
playlist from.
See, like today I have this one, right? This is my watch later, and this is my private. This is every morning I make a playlist for today, and I do that. Just put the date on there, so I know that it's what date it is, and so so that way I won't have to click. So we can go faster through these. That's my only point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. You're amazing. I appreciate
Alrighty.
you. You're beautiful. You're a wonderful human being. Thank you, Guy Fawkes, 1984. Everybody, please, a round of applause. Some W's in the chat for
All right,
Guy
pieces,
Fawkes.
everyone.
Pieces, pizzas for
Fuck
everybody.
Trump. and peace.
Down with the regime. Yes, down with the regime. All right, and peace. Peace for everybody. Peace for all. Please like and subscribe. Don't take any wooden nickels. It's been 4 hours. That's the stream. I wanted to play a little bit more, but I think I only had. Now I can't find my original videos that I was still going for, but I can't find my other video. I can't find my other playlist, and that's okay. That's okay. We don't need to. I need to subscribe to all those people that he showed me. I need to subscribe to all of them, but I don't. It's hard to get through it all, you know. Anyway, Todd Blanche is going to be Attorney General, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Okay, that's just how it is. You're just going to have to deal with it. That's how the world is going to happen. You're not going to have any choice. Todd Blanche, this guy is going to be your Attorney General. Congratulations. Thank you, Melissa Sweetser. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate you very, very much. I think you're wonderful. I think you're beautiful. You're a wonderful human being that I think is gorgeous. I have to do. Have you ever heard of a remote notary? A remote notary? I'm doing a remote notary for the first time, and I think it's fun. I don't know. I've never done it before, so I'm gonna be a remote note. I'm gonna remotely get notarized.
Oh, obvious.
It's never happened. The other things that were on the list is that Senator Mitch McConnell's proof of life photo is in question. E. Jean Carroll finally got her $5.6 million from Donald Trump because he raped her. And yeah, I think that's pretty. I wanted to just show.
The first vending
I
machine
just wanted to show two things. Dang, I still got two things I really just want to cover. Two more short things before we get out of here. Thank you everybody for liking and subscribing. I love you. All right, this one is about Japan. When I lived in Japan, one of my favorite words to say was judo hanbaiki. Judo hanbaiki means vending machine. Judo hanbaiki. And this lady, she did this really interesting take on why the Japanese are so crazy about vending machines.
Invented over 2,000 years ago to dispense holy water in Egypt. But the vending machines where I am ended up evolving for a very different reason. Not just because they're dispensing things like beverages, desserts, even hot meals in a convenient way. They quietly serve the public in ways people don't really think about. So what do you think? Want to get a drink with me from a vending machine here in Osaka?
So I've never been to Osaka, but I used to live in Japan.
In 1995, a massive earthquake hit a nearby city, Kobe. Power failed, supply chains collapsed, and suddenly thousands of people lost access to basic necessities. And that exposed a weakness in Japan's vending machines. They were everywhere, but during a disaster, many of them became useless. So afterwards, engineers started redesigning them. Some were fitted with backup power systems. Some could even be remotely switched into emergency mode, allowing free drinks to be dispensed during disasters.
I love this. During a disaster, these things give you free drinks, so that people don't. Isn't that great? Because why just let them free? People are going to break them open anyway if they need water or drinks. So just turn them. They power themselves in an emergency, and they go into emergency mode and give you free drinks so that you don't. I mean, how great would that be? That would have been that would have been nice to see in places with disasters in America.
But this next detail is what I love about the meticulous nature of Japanese design. Many vending machines carry address markers on them. Most people never notice them, but during an emergency, those markers help police and fire services identify exactly where someone is calling from.
Okay, so this is a little weird. There's a surveillance component with the vending machines in Japan.
And that's where, to me, these machines start to feel different because they're not just retail. They're tucked into gaps between buildings, but already stocked with water and supplies, connected through lighting, power, and communication systems. So Japan realized something important. If something is going to occupy public space everywhere, it might as well help people survive.
So here's the thing: if it's going to occupy public space, then it should serve the public. Also, if you're going to spy on the public, you should imagine if the flock cameras gave out free candy. And no one would be complaining about flock cameras. They're doing it all wrong. Flock cameras. Imagine if flock cameras gave you a $1 every time you walked by. People would love them. I just walk up, show my face, get $1. Okay, cool. Thank you. If they served the people, then people wouldn't be cutting them down.
And honestly, when they light up a quiet corner or a dark alley at night, there is something strangely reassuring about them.
There is. It's weird. That's so true. Late at night, when you're wandering the streets of Japan drunk off your ass, it is kind of nice to have these little night lights in the street.
Oh, obvious.
Okay, so this is the last thing. This lady, she really got me going. I think I wonder about the maggers out there. This is the last one.
Oh, obvious. How obviously racist do we have to be? Or somebody says, wait, no, that's not right. I think it's not right. But is there any line in the sand? Just tell me this.
It's a what?
Any line in the sand when Trump asks you and your cohorts to do something and it's one step too far. Is there one for you?
I think a violation of the Constitution.
Oh, that's been done.
That's so funny. Violation of the Constitution? You want to get in a time machine, asshole? The truth is, the people who support Donald Trump are fascists. They're Nazis. What do you do to Nazis? People who support Donald Trump are Nazis. There is no road too far. There's no Rubicon that he can cross. They don't care. There's no number of people that the ICE agents will shoot in the street that they'll start waking up and go, this is actually getting a little out of control. Those people who thought it's gone too far, they left Donald Trump during January 6th. January 6th, people left Donald Trump. You understand? I know lots of people who were really into MAGA until January 6th. And a lot of them left. Some of them came back. People like Lindsey Graham said, this is too far. It's too far. And then they still came back and they loved Donald Trump. all of the sane ones, all of your friends, your conservative uncles, your dad, all these people, if they're still with him after January 6th, then they're going to be with him till the end. They'll give up Jesus Christ before they give up Donald Trump, because Jesus Christ is Donald Trump in their eyes. Their eyes, Donald Trump is their savior. He makes them feel German again. Makes them feel American again. America über alles. That's how their whole identity is wrapped up with him. To attack Donald Trump is to attack them. If you attack Donald Trump, they feel like you're attacking them. This is why they say shit. Biden though, Kamala though, Obama though. That's why they say that, because they think that you're like them. They think if they attack Obama that you're going to get your feelings hurt, but you won't, because even the hardest core Democrats never thought that Obama represented them in a way that was so profound that their identity was just inextricably linked to this politician. You're not supposed to have favorite politicians, you fucking Swifties. All you Trumpsters, you know what? You wonder why they call you guys Trumpsters and Trump supporters after the election? Nobody called anybody Obamers or Obama supporters. Nobody ever did that. No one called anyone Obama supporters. Like during an election, like a campaign year, sure. But then after the campaign year, he's supposed to serve you, not the other way around. You're not supposed to serve Donald Trump. He's not you. You realize if someone attacks Donald Trump, that's not an attack on you. But MAGers don't get that. And there is no road too far. They will gladly put all of you in ovens. Gladly. If Donald Trump said tomorrow that we're going to start putting Democrats or socialists or communists or whomever, trans people, if he said that he's going to start putting them in ovens, the MAGers would say, yes, let's go. And you could tell because 3 people have been killed by ICE this week in the streets of America, around the country, and they think it's great. They think it's great. It's not that they don't mind, it's that they think it's good to kill innocent people. Thank you so much for joining. If you support Trump, you don't accept the Constitution. It didn't belong here to start with. Yeah. There you go. See, Grim Gnome. That's exactly right. There you go. See? Nazi. Straight up Nazi. Straight up. Yeah. You are going to part of the history behind the Second Civil War with the language you're using. Great. Okay. I don't mind. Second Civil War. If we got to kill Nazis, we got to kill Nazis. Sorry. That's fine. That's fine. You guys were the ones that built the Nazis. The Nazis are here. They've been a long time coming. Now they're here. And you're going to blame me? Am I Donald Trump? Am I the one getting on TV and telling people it's okay to kill unarmed civilians? Am I the one who says yay, who applauds masked federal agents murdering people's dogs and children? Is that me? It's shocking that you guys are okay with it. But it's not that shocking. We've always had a good, healthy number of Nazis in this country. Speaking of Bastille Day, it's Bastille Day. Was it Bastille Day yesterday or today? I can't remember. It's Bastille Day's been recently. I want to read a poem. It's the poem of the day. It's called Bastille. It is from the Poetry Foundation right here. Pierre Martori. Translated by John Ashbery. I don't know who Pierre Martori is, to be honest with you, but John Ashbery is a really famous poet, and he translated this from the French. Bastille. You let your shirt hang down, putting on airs of cuffs at the edge of ending night, like the end of a Java with double ritournelles, or the way the canaries in the cage of still closed mornings were singing that it mattered little to them that their windows were open, the stones, the paving stones, the door frames, the armatures, the window frames, the sheets of the bedclothes in their colors were beating the dawn along with us, better drums than your belly, better drumsticks than my fingers, and the trees and the roofs, the river and its bridges, the clear distances of the city, the factories without smoke, bathed as at their birth stammered a trial hello that only ended, however, in this word round as a doubloon placed on the edge of that day by a considerate friend, the sun on your arms naked against my cheeks. Hello, I said to you. The day of 14 Juillet. The 14th of July. So it was yesterday. It was Bastille Day. The day of 14 Juillet. Of course, Bastille Day, if you don't know, is when they freed all the prisoners out of the Bastille. The political prisoners were set free in the French Revolution. The French still celebrate today. It's funny how when the people celebrate, they're celebrating the freeing of prisoners. But the Nazis always want to put more people in jail. They always want to put more people in jail. Concentration camps over and over again. Just can't get rid of them. It is quite sad. Democrats don't know what concentration camps are. Maybe not. I don't know many Democrats. I don't really hang out with Democrats. Do you know what a concentration camp is? What's a concentration camp, Grim Gnome? That's true, Sky. I agree. Most people that align with this clown in office is 41. They're brainwashed losers. And on the top of it, it's like their daddy won't accuse my daddy that issues. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Jack needs to go shirtless. Maybe I'm not wearing a suit. It's all fake. It's just to get people. Look, I started wearing a suit because I didn't know what else to wear. I'm thinking about when I moved to New Mexico to do something like more of a Southwestern flair, maybe less of a suit. What do you think? I don't know. I haven't decided yet what I should wear. Maybe I should stop doing the suit. You think I should stop doing the suit? It's kind of my trademark at this point. What do you think? CJ, it's not really a suit, by the way. It's not really a suit. It's just a cheap Amazon blazer. My real suit, I have lots of real suits, but it's hot in here. I'm not fucking wearing a suit in here. I don't even have the air conditioner on. I'm not wearing a suit. But thank you. Let me see. Let's do one more poll. Oh, we got to end this poll. 80% of you. Hold on. Okay. 80% of you said ICE doesn't have the right to ram your car. Nice. All right, we're going to start one last poll. Should I stop wearing the suit when I move to New Mexico? You present your well. I like it. Thank you. Buy more masks and wigs. I only have this one mask, though. This is the only one I got. Nipples only. Tank top? I could wear a tank top. It's hot in here. This is the best mask. I agree. This is the best mask for sure. Wow, 75% of you say no? Holy shit. Oh, 67% say no. All right. I thought that not wearing the suit, I thought you guys would be into not wearing a suit. All right, this is the end of the show. I don't know what I'm still doing. I got to go. I got to do a remote thing. Hopefully I'll be able to do it's 12 o'clock. All right, I have to do a shit thing, but later on I'm going to go live way later. So if you're on the I don't know if you're up late at night or if you're going to be here, I'm going to do another live stream later on. Thank you everybody for being here. I think you're wondering, oh my God, 58% say no. Ooh, it's almost 50-50 on ditching the monkey suit. Rainbow pasties. The suit sells. If you dress like Asmongold, you will get less subscribers. I think it's just like something gets people like, seems like kind of Like I think it's like a respect for the platform. Actually, that's how I look at respect for the audience, respect for the platform. I put the like a little effort in. You know, I don't know. Maybe I can wear a bolo tie from time to time because I'll be in the Southwest. Maybe that sometimes that would be cool. All right, Frankie Berry. Have a good day, guys. Except Chris, piss off loser. Why aren't you a channel member, Frankie Berry? What the heck? All right, bolos are kind of sexy. I've heard that there's some cool ones that I'm thinking about doing a bolo. I think it could be real fun. Your show is daily, and it's a great show. Thank you, Melissa Sweetser. Why aren't you a channel member? Come on, guys. Support the channel. If you like the channel, please support it. Become a channel member. Sky City Rebels. You get extra streams, extra content, extra love in the chat, and you support independent media. Thank you. You cannot connect your card to the membership. Okay. That's okay. It's a free platform. I'm not forcing you. At least a shirt that looks like a suit. A shirt that looks like a suit. I like it. All right. Yeah, hit that like button. Make sure you hit the share button then and the hype button. Thank you so much, guys. Turquoise and silver. That's what I'm looking at. Today they accepted my house offer in New Mexico, and I think that I'd like to show you the video of my walkthrough. I have not actually seen the house in person. So Melissa Sweetster, thank you, Melissa Sweetster. Thank you so much, Melissa Sweetser. New channel member, Sky City Rebels. Thank you so much. Sky City Rebels get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. Thank you. And I promise you I'll make it worth your while. We're going to do more live streams that are for members only and all that cool stuff, and we'll do more as we go. Thank you. W's in the chat for welcome. W stands for win and welcome. Thank you. I think you're amazing. Thank you. At least we got one. Thank you. All right. YouTube is weird about, well, everything. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. All right. I appreciate you guys so friggin' much. Melissa Sweetser, fan of brand new Sky City Rebel. All right. And plus you get a bunch of new emojis, special emojis too. Extra emojis. Explore the emojis. All right, Bartleby. I'll see you on the other side, guys. I'll see you on. We'll do another live stream today at some point for members only, and we'll do a tomorrow. We'll see you at the Morning Sky Show Thursday. Oh my God, it's Thursday tomorrow. All right, thank you, everybody. You're amazing. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.